To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. And Reina, could you translate that before we actually turn on the translation?
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought Otilia was going to start, so I'm sorry. Okay. So can you repeat that, please?
To access translation of the agenda,
Para tener acceso a la agenda,
click the top of the web page.
por favor, hacer clic en la parte de arriba de la página del sitio del internet de WCC.
Using the word English for translation.
Usando la palabra inglés para traducir.
Into multiple languages.
A múltiples idiomas.
Meeting interpretation services.
Los servicios para traducción de esta junta mesa directiva
are available via Zoom.
Están disponibles por medio de Zoom.
By clicking on the globe icon.
Al darle clic en el icono del globo terráqueo en la parte de abajo.
At the bottom of the screen.
En la parte de abajo de su pantalla.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Vamos a pararnos para decir el honor a la bandera.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I would like to welcome everyone to this May 19th meeting of the Board of Education. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect, provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate, serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society, take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community, provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating, respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity, uniqueness, and contributions of all members of our school community. The board should not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the members' own personal interests. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on discussion items through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Mr. Duffy, will you please give us the roll call?
Yes, President Phillips.
Here.
Trustee Clerk Smith-Folds.
Present.
Trustee Reckler.
Good evening, President.
Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy.
Good evening, President.
Trustee Christian.
Good evening, President.
And student trustees Emiliano.
Good evening, present.
And Trustee Leung.
Present.
All present and accounted for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. We are now going to do B5, which is report ratification of closed session.
Yes, tonight we have one report out from closed session, and it is pursuant to the California Code, section 54957.1. The board, by unanimous vote, approved a settlement of its claims against Interactive Resources related to the Nystrom Elementary School Modernization Project. The terms of settlement include that the district will dismiss its cross claims against Interactive Resources for defense and indemnity in exchange for Interactive Resources payment to the district of $175,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. Board, we're next going to go to the agenda review and adoption. Before we begin, I'd like to say I do know and see that there is a lot on here. We don't have to try to kill ourselves, and we don't have to be here until 2 in the morning. But I would like us to try to get through as much of it as we can. So items that we're not, my preference is that we leave them and then we just pick them up at another date. So we have a chance to get to them if we actually can. But that said, I'm going to start with consent. Is there anything that anybody wants to pull off of the consent calendar? Okay, I see 2 people. The order that we're starting in this evening is going to be Mr. Christian. Reckler is who I would go to next because I didn't see Christian raise his hand. Reckler, do you have anything you want to pull off consent?
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull C6, which is the bond program management plan, but I would like it to be a precursor to E5, which is the facilities master plan update. And then I would like to pull C8, which is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee appointment.
You want to pull the appointment for?
Well, I want for discussion. I'm sorry, for discussion.
Okay, so you want to pull C6?
And have it be a precursor. Like, to me, it leads into E5.
So we could pull C6. I'm going to put it where it would normally go in the agenda because I don't want us to get into too much trouble moving the agenda all over the place. So I'll pull it, but I'm going to put it where it would normally go if it was pulled.
Okay, that's fine.
And then Smith Folds, you want? Okay, I'm sorry. I saw you. I'll come back to you, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay. Smith Folds, I thought you raised your hand.
I did. I want to pull C3 off of the consent.
Mr. Christian specifically asked for C3 to go on to consent. Mr. Christian, C3 is the safety plans. Do you want to speak for a moment about why you would like that to be on consent?
Yes, you can actually, pull it off the consent.
Okay. All right. So C3 and Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. So Superintendent Duffy actually gave us a really good idea earlier through email. I would like to table a few items, and then if we can either do a special session or put them on the next agenda, I'm fine with either way you prefer, President Phillips, but I would like to table C6, C8, E5, E7, E8.
Can you slow down for a little bit?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you said C6.
C6.
C8.
C8. E5. E7. E8. E9. and F2. And that's because those are all the facilities and CBOC items. And we could take them all together as one in a special meeting and give them the time they deserve and give the other items today the time that those deserve, because it is a really full agenda. So that's why I'm asking for that.
So you're saying C6, C8, E5, E7, E8, E9, and F2.
That's correct.
Trustee Reckler, I see your hand is up.
Hi, I just have one thing. I overall support Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's idea. I would like to see if Dr. Wold could come on and address E8, which is the refinancing. And the reason for that is that the rate is like super amazing right now at this moment. This is a refunding to taxpayers, and perhaps we might let that go right now, you know, and approve it. So if it's okay, if Dr. Wold could just address what he thinks is going to happen to the rate.
So if we're gonna do, oh, no, Dr. Will stop. This is like half of the agenda that we're talking about actually taking off. If we want to have Dr. Wold actually speak to that item, then the item's gonna stay on the agenda. So that, because it does it. So, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, if we don't get to some of these items, which is fine, is there an issue with leaving them here? And if we don't get to them, because we may get to some of them, right? Do you have an issue with? Go ahead.
I think that, I think that honestly, Trustee Reckler's question is completely fair, because I'd be fine leaving C8 if it would affect us. Otherwise, then let's just table it. He can just tell us in literally 2 seconds. I'm not sure why he wouldn't be able to answer that, President Phillips, in a minute, since it would affect whether we take it off or not. But I would prefer to take all of them off so that we can spend time on summer school and all the other items that we got to spend time on tonight, because it is a way too crowded agenda.
Okay, so this is what we'll do. Right now, C6, C8, E5, E7, E8, E9, and F2. Does the majority of the board want to take those items off? Okay, so I'm seeing Smith Folds. I'm seeing, I thought I saw Christian nodding yes. I see Gonzalez-Hoy nodding. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Just to confirm, we're not going to allow Dr. Wold just to answer that question real quick, President Phillips. He would have already answered if we would have let him. Can I make a motion to allow Dr. Wold to answer that question?
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, your motion is out of order. If we're going to have him talk about the item, then there's no reason to not let the item stay on.
All right, well then, I guess just because of the situation, then I'm okay to leave it on the agenda. But it's, to be honest, I think it's kind of ridiculous, President Phillips. But I'll make a motion then to table C6, C8, E5, E7, E9, and F2.
So, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, thank you. If you could just pause for a second, I would appreciate it. Trustee Reckler, the item that you're talking about was E5? Is that
No, the item I'm talking about is E8, which is the refinancing. And you know what? We get to it, and if it's too complicated or whatever, we could just vote to push it off to that special meeting, and I would be perfectly fine with that.
Okay. All right, so I am going to ask for a motion to approve the agenda as follows. Moving C3 from consent, and then taking C6, C8, E5, E7, E9 and F2 off of this agenda for this evening. Can I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, all right. Before we actually go on any further, we figured out what the agenda may be. We're going to go to public comment and see if there is any public comment on this as well. Dr. Wold, are you manning public comment tonight?
Second, and I will pull it up. Here we have no, wait, there is one hand that just was raised. So one hand.
Please let them go.
Okay, it's Clearcom, a corporate account. You may unmute.
I am so sorry. I thought I had switched my account. I'm Rachel Archibald. I just wanted to welcome Dr. Hurst. It's great to have him here for the first meeting, although I don't see his video right now, but I saw it earlier. So welcome to Dr. Hurst. Oh, there he is. Great.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. Board, we just had kind of a robust discussion, so hopefully we don't need any more. But we are going to vote. We're starting with Mr. Christian.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Okay, so we have our working agenda for this evening. And with that, we are going to go to approval of the minutes. Board, are there any corrections for the minutes? Okay, I'm looking at faces. I don't see any corrections for the minutes. I do have one correction, and they're the minutes for May 5th, where it said that I referred the police issue back to the safety committee. I did not do that. What I said on May 5th was that Mr. Christian, I would leave it up to him as the chair of the safety committee, whether it went back to safety or went back to the board. There hasn't been a decision made about it, but I didn't refer it back to safety. So that's the only correction that I have. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is one hand raised.
Okay, can we please go to them?
Zelon Harrison, you may unmute.
I'm sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean to raise my hand. I apologize.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, can I have a motion to adopt these minutes with the necessary corrections?
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Reckler and seconded by Gonzalez-Hoy to adopt these minutes for both dates with the necessary corrections. Hopefully there's not discussion on it. Where to start the vote? Mr. Christian.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much, board. So we're going to move on now to item B8, which is recognize participation of student board representatives. Mr. Duffy, do you want to kick this one off?
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to kick this one off. So tonight, we recognize our 2 student board members for their service on the board. So we'd like to recognize and commend Navi Emiliano from Hercules High School and Thomas Leung from Middle College High School for their participation. They have done absolutely amazing work in many ways They have raised the bar on student presentations for sure, working really well together to craft those. They have contributed to making sure the perspectives from more schools, including the Youth Congress, are represented. And just in meeting with them, these two are so engaged, so thoughtful, so passionate, have definitely asked many of the right questions and the hard questions. And Thomas just informed me he'll be attending UCLA in the fall. So that's really exciting news for Thomas. So thanks. And on a personal thanks, Thomas and Navi, thank you so much. You guys have been great. You've been great with communication, just letting us know your whereabouts, what you're doing, what you're thinking, what you're interested in. So it's really been a pleasure, both of you. So thank you so much for your service. I know the board will have comments for you as well as other members of the public potentially. So again, Thomas and Navi, wishing you the best of luck going forward in your endeavors, and thanks for your service.
Board, what we're going to do is we don't really have questions, but we're just kind of going to follow the process that we normally do. So we're going to go to public comment next. And then the board members will be able to say what they need to say for the discussion. And then we also have something for our student trustees. So is there any public comment on this item?
Checking. Let's see here. There is comment. Yes. We are up to 6. Here we go. First one, actually 7. Okay. Stopping at 7. First one will be Joseph Glatzer. You may unmute.
All right, thank you so much. So Joseph Glatzer, 7th grade history teacher at Hercules Middle. So when I look at the student trustees, I can see them as my students in a sense, because as a teacher, I'm just so proud to see young people participating in the political process, getting their voice out. And I know both of you have incredible things ahead of you. And this is going to look very good on your resumes going forward in your career. So congratulations and good luck with your next steps in life.
Our next public speaker is a phone number with the last 3 numbers, 5344. You may unmute.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hello, I'm a call-in number. I do not have Zoom on my phone. I wanted to speak tonight at the WCC board meeting during public comment. I have a comment regarding counselor caseloads and class sizes. Is now an okay time to speak?
Actually, we're going to have general public comment, and that will be the space for that. Right now, we're recognizing the student trustees.
Okay. Does that come later in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am. It'll come relatively soon.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll wait.
Thank you.
So our next public speaker is Mariela Cuellar. You may unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. I just want to say to the students trustees that I am very proud of you. As you know, my daughter is in Richmond High School. I just hope that your parents are so proud of you, because we are. And I just appreciate your time, your voice to represent the students in the community. I get emotional because for me, this is big, that you guys are there and that your presence, your voice is very, very valuable for all of us. especially for the students that you guys are representing. Thank you so much. I just wish you the best of the best. And please recognize yourself that you have done an incredible job staying so late, depriving yourself from sleeping, but I know you do it with your heart, because every time we come to these meetings, we don't get paid. And I hope that they giving you an incentive because you deserve it. And I wish I can see your faces because I mean it from my heart. And thank you so much. Muchas gracias a la señorita Emiliano, al muchacho Leon. Thank you so much, both of you. You deserve everything. Thank you.
Great. Our next public speaker is Marissa Glidden.
Hi, y'all. This is Marissa Glidden, president of United Teachers of Richmond and a third grade teacher on full-time release. I just want to call to say thank you so much to our incredible student trustees. You have done such an incredible job representing students and have done so boldly, so courageously during a really difficult time. I just want to express my admiration for you and what an inspiration you have been. And it's been really wonderful to get to know you all, and can't wait to see what you continue to accomplish.
Our next public speaker is Maesha Harris Yash. You may unmute.
Good evening, and to our two student trustees. This is a celebration time and sometimes a little bit of sad time. I've watched you young people over this year, your patience. You've asked really great questions. And so as you go on to the next level, remember that where you come from, as far as this district goes, has birthed many, many great graduates around the world, coast to coast, border to border. And so you leave us with that legacy. So I will be looking out to see what comes next, because you deserve everything that you work hard for. And just remember that a closed mouth doesn't get fed. So even at the next level, you ask the questions that you need to ask in order to excel to your greatest heights. Now, granted, I'm a Kennedy graduate, and I'm a Kennedy graduate. Yeah, I said it 2 times. But what we say is, we don't fly, we soar. So as you two leave us, soar to your highest heights. You only get this one life, and do it right. God bless you and your families, and congratulations once again.
Our next public speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, superintendent. Thank you very much, student representatives. Thank you for representing yourselves, your schools, your families, and your community. It's always hard to be out there, and both of you were very eloquent, very poised, and very thoughtful in what you said. As you move on to your next stage of life, take these lessons, take this voice that you continue to have, and make sure you express yourself. Once again, thank you very much for the work you've done with the board. Have a good night.
Our next public speaker is Kelly Mclaren.
Hi, I'm a parent of 2 kids in the district. I just wanted to thank the student trustees for all their hard work during this last year. I know that they put in a lot of hours, sometimes till 1 o'clock in the morning, as well as I have on these board meetings. And I appreciate all the work that they have done to speak up for our kids and help the student voices be heard on the school board. You guys have done a great job, and I hope you guys achieve everything you wish to in the future. Thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is Jornay Banks.
I would just like to say thank you, Mr. Duffy, for all your support for Bright Futures. Thank you so much.
Our last public speaker on this item is Eric Swabeck.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I just wanted to say that I think that it's fantastic that students get up front and speak and be involved in the political process. You guys have done a great job. Keep it up and go forward.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walton. The board now is an opportunity to say what you would like to the student trustees. Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I'd like to say to Navi and Thomas, you guys have done a wonderful job with your voices, being strong as students, and staying on the issues. And I want to thank you guys, because you guys put a lot of time and energy. And even Thomas, you're a basketball player and you still showed up to the meetings. And I just wanted to just say, Thomas, thank you. And also we also appreciate you guys when you guys came out to the school sites on the visit to the schools. And we appreciate that, because that means a lot, because students get the chance to see what needs to happen on the school site as far as making sure that things are in place. And you guys were there, and we appreciate that. Thank you. And your voices was heard, and I'm gonna miss you too. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, White.
Thank you, President Phillips. Thomas and Navi, I could say a million things about you, and I agree with everything the speaker said and Trustee Christian. I'm just so thankful that you signed up to do this with us for the last few months, which I know have been incredibly challenging. I'm just so impressed by you every day at every meeting with your questions, how courageous you are, how honest, how representative of kids you are, and you truly see the full picture. I don't think I would have ever been at your level at your age. So I just been constantly impressed. I loved doing the site visits with you. That was really, really fun. And even though you made fun of me for still using Facebook, I really enjoyed it. And you really pushed us as a board to bring student voice into every perspective. And of course, to bring our game up when it comes to presentations for our committees. So thank you for that, because you really made us be more transparent as well. I just want to wish you both good luck. Navi, I know we'll be seeing you more next year at the school. But Thomas, I hope you'll come and visit us during breaks. And I know that in a few years, both of you will be sitting in our seats. So I'm really excited to see you up here when you return. Thomas and Navi, when you go to college and come back as well. So thank you for everything you did. And thank you for teaching us how to be public servants.
So I guess it's my turn next, and I'm going to be looking at them because they're sitting right here to my left. So it's going to be a little weird, but talking to the Zoom and having the people here. Anyway, so both of you, thank you so much for everything you did. Never forget this freshness of voice that you have. You're independent, you're in your minds. Try to never lose this. It will take you very far. And what I appreciate most about the two of you is that this was a grueling semester and you hung in there with us every step of the way with our 6 board meetings, or however many. And you were there for almost all of them. But what I appreciate most is your comments that you gave around the superintendent search. And you guys were completely spot on with every candidate, and you did the most incredible job. So when you're out there and they have the hiring committees in your work, get on. Do exactly what you did. You are insightful and you did just a terrific job. So thank you for that. I'm hoping that you'll stay in touch with me. I write letters, I write recommendation letters. I work with Stephanie all the time. We've worked on college scholarship stuff together. So please stay in touch with me. I'm happy to help you after you go. And I do have a parting gift, which I put in the
Trustee Reckler, you're muted if you're still
sorry, I just
talking.
muted myself. I'm sorry about that. I want you guys to apply for the Ed 100 Leadership Academy, which is in late June. Both of you will be perfect. You'll be with students that are just like you, engaged, active, engaged in the process. And I think you'll have a really great time meeting with student leaders from across the state and with adults that are very involved in education. So I wish you the best. Stay in touch, and thank you for your contributions.
Mrs. Smith-Fall?
Congratulations on doing this. It wasn't easy. It was grueling is like the only adjective that I can think of now, but it was whatever is over grueling. It was taxing. There you go. It was taxing. Thomas, you came in at a little disadvantage because I didn't know you like I knew Navi. Like I came in expecting nothing less. I came in knowing she was going to knock it out of the park. She knocked it out of the park. So, but when you came in, I was like, oh, here we go. So there, it's good. Like he's knocking it out of the park too. So I appreciate the questions that you asked. I appreciated your comments. I appreciated how much you paid attention. And congratulations on getting into a really great college. Enjoy it. 4 years goes by fast. It went by so fast for me. I had to do another year. So I did 5 years in college because that first one, I don't know what happened. So make sure that you stay focused and concentrate and enjoy every moment of it. Don't forget to give back to your family and your community because we're looking for leaders like you. We need leaders like you to be in this community and to be in any community that you go in, be that voice of power, strength, and change. Ms. Navi, I had the pleasure of knowing you as an assistant coach. I've had the pleasure of knowing you as a student when I was your teacher, and I had the pleasure of knowing you as a colleague. My internet says it's unstable, so just look at my face. I'm proud of you. I appreciate you. You are always going to be that little girl who is a prophet in my life. I just think the world of you. I am so thrilled to see you at this board level, and I can't wait to see what you continue to do in your last year of high school. And you amaze me at every step of the way. And no matter what you come up against, you always meet it with grace and dignity. And it's just, I got 3 girls living at this house. And if some of them have a little bit of what you have, I'm going to be a proud parent. So thank you for just being who you are and just being a great, great young lady. I really appreciate you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Leung and Miss Emiliano, I call you Mr. Leung and Miss Emiliano for a reason. I call you that because you're young adults. I call you that because you hold yourselves up the way you should. And I'll call you that because you represent. And I want you to know how important it is for you to be here as a student or as students and to be able to share with your school community, adults included. And that's why I call you Mr. Leung and Miss Emiliano. It's because I respect you and I appreciate you. And I want you to know that you belong. You belong. You belong at the table. You belong in the seats that you're in. And I look forward to seeing you go forward. And I look forward to seeing you on CNN if you decide that you're going to keep in the public service route. And I look forward to seeing you in the newspapers if you decide that you're going to keep on in the public service route, because there is a genuineness that's there. There is a desire to serve, and there's a desire to advocate. And you're intelligent, and you're able and capable of doing the work. So I do want to say thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being open. Thank you so much for learning, and thank you for participating. I'm actually going to get up because I'm going to carry over to both of you a plaque. And so what I'm going to do, and I'll let you hold it up, but I'm going to read it so people know what it says. And it says, Youth Commission presented to Thomas Leung, and it's the same plaque for both of you, Youth Commission Student Board Representative, Spring Semester 2021, in recognition of your leadership and service to the students of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And then it says Board of Education. So this is the plaque. And I'm gonna get up and Trustee Reckler, if you can, and Dr. Hurst, if you can. So I just gave the plaques to Mr. Leon and Miss Emiliano, and then we took some photographs as a group. And Mr. Leon, we're still gonna do ladies first. Miss Emiliano, is there anything you'd like to say?
President Phillips, excuse me, before you take their comments, can we do a screenshot here with all of us?
I don't know how to do it, but if somebody knows how to do it, we can do it. Okay.
I'll give you a countdown and I will take a screenshot. How about that? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Miss Emiliano, you got the floor.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone on the board, as well as the admin that we've worked with, and just say thank you so much for this opportunity. It really has been an amazing opportunity that I will never forget. I'm going to say a little bit more later during our presentation. We have a slide for it. But yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. I know this past year has been crazy, and it really has been an honor to be on the board and kind of be a part of that crazy, I guess, with the reopening of schools, going to the school sites with Trustee Gonzalez Oy. It's been an eventful few months, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Emiliano. Mr. Leon?
Yeah, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to thank everyone for the kind words and giving me this unforgettable opportunity in the times that we're in. And I want to say that it has been an honor and pleasure to work with you, Navi. I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and just how much of an honor it is to serve on the school board, and again, meeting with and doing the school tours with Ms. Reckler, Mr. Christian, and Mr. Gonzalez Oy, and just understanding where you come from, and your voices is just really helpful for me as a person, and it really has helped me grow more mature and just more as a human being. So I just want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. And yeah.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So we are going to move on to the next item, which is recognition of Superintendent Duffy. So in doing that recognition, we thought it would be good to actually invite some voices from the past to kind of help. And so well, not really the past, the present. Well, the past and the present. So Mr. Jordan, can you do me a favor? Can you please promote to panelists Board of Education member Consuelo Laura and former WCCUSD trustee Madeline Cronenberg. I think her handle is M. Cronin. Classified employee Andre Shoemake and Principal Claudia Velez. Can you put them all on as panelists? Okay, thank you very much. So about 5 years ago, we got a new superintendent, Matthew Duffy. He came here fresh and full of energy and ready to go. And he made a commitment to this district to be innovative, to listen to folks, to try new things and to help us move forward together as a district. And Mr. Duffy, in doing all of those things, showed that he really does care deeply about this community, that he really does care deeply about the students of our community. And the board wants to just say thank you. Earlier today, we don't have a plaque right now because he actually got a plaque earlier today, but we do want to say thank you so much. And we also want to make sure that there are other voices besides ours that just take a moment to help us reflect on what the last 5 years have been with Mr. Duffy, because he has made an impact, and we want to make sure that we take this moment to actually honor him and to say thank you. So I'm going to ask the folks who we just promoted to basically help with this presentation by taking a few minutes to just say what their experience has been with Mr. Duffy and what he has meant to them and contributed to the work that they have done here in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And I think that we're going to kick this off with Consuelo Laura. Miss Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And hello, everybody. I'm very honored to be here with all of you. And Mr. Duffy, I first met you 2 years ago and when I got on the board. And I must say, I really recognized from you that this is an innovative person who thinks outside the box when it comes to education. And so being a retired teacher, I just honed in on that. And I think that helped me as well to start thinking, okay, you know, maybe I can think bigger and think different and be more creative. So I think I learned a lot from you. I really respect you and I really admire you. This district is different than when you first came here. So you have made a difference. You really have. And I think you're so talented. You're gonna, wherever you land, it's gonna be wonderful. I know it is. And thank you. And we'll stay in touch.
Thank you, Ms. Laura.
Thank you, Trustee Laura. And we're gonna stay with the ladies first. So we're going to go to former Trustee Cronenberg.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips, and thank you for promoting me to the big screen. Mr. Duffy, I was inside the room where it happened, and I'll always remember that because the day that Mr. Duffy was chosen, process that everybody goes through when they get selected. And he was selected. I just want to bring us back to the folks that were there then, because not only was it Ms. Block and Ms. Cuevas and Mr. Groves, who we all remember, but Coach Enos, our board president at that time, Mr. Enos. And in addition, there were our students, because our students at that time were some of the first in the United States who actually participated in the in the selection, and we had Kwame and Bailey, right? And you were a universal choice. You were a unanimous choice of that group. And it was because we saw in you somebody who had always a focus on all of our kids, and you did and you do. And so there's no possibility that at any time that you lost focus on that. You really didn't. And that was the big job. That was the big part, doing stuff. And the first thing you did, I don't know if people remember, time flies and this was a difficult year. But back then we needed money. And there was something called Measure T. And I pulled up a picture of Leo, your little boy. When, and remember Tots for Tea? I have the Tots for Tea picture on the Between Two Teachers site this week. Tots for Tea was the beginning, and Mr. Duffy brought us those funds. He led the fight for Tots for Tea for Measure T, and then he led it again for Measure R. And that bringing in resources is a huge part of what he needed to do to lead this community. And Mr. Duffy did it, and he did it well. He did it with heart, and he never disappointed the people who were in that room who picked him. So I just want you to know we were never disappointed, and I know you're going to have a spectacular future. Because you know the Mets will be great someday, but you already are. My grandson is on the Mets. I want you to know my grandson, and they are a winning team on the peninsula. He's a winning first grader on the Mets in New York, in Redwood Shores. So thank you, and thank you, Trustee Phillips, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Cronenberg.
Thank you so much. And next, we're going to go to the principal of the house in which we are in, the principal of Obama, Claudia Velez.
Thank you. On behalf of the Michelle Obama community, I would really like to thank you, Superintendent Duffy, for serving the West Contra Costa School District. You have led with such grace and dignity and dedication. You're a visionary leader that kept us connected to our whys, the reason that we do this work. I truly appreciate your unending message of thinking outside the box, supporting us in moving from the traditional ways of schooling to innovative possibilities, while always keeping our learners at the center of the transformation. Speaking of learner-centered and transformative, the flexible learning environment at Michelle Obama School is a pillar of the vision that you so eloquently communicated to us for the past 5 years. Reimagining what school could be in flexibly designed, learner-centered spaces has been such a joy for our staff and plan to discover. Your support and thought partnership throughout the journey were invaluable. In the past year, we have faced many challenges and transitions. You always looked at the bright side with optimistic and uplifting messages. Again, it was a time for all of us to reimagine how we could use what we learned to better the educational experiences for our children and families. With great care, you also made space for us adults to use the time to reflect on our personal and collective mindsets around race, equity, and inclusion, and how we could be change agents in the communities we serve. In 5 years' time, and especially this past year, you led us in a direction that feels fresh and full of exciting new possibilities for our students, schools, and communities. Thank you for inspiring us with big thinking and deeper learning. I hope you get a huge dose of relaxation in the near future. You really deserve it. Thank you.
Claudia. Thank you very much.
And last but not least in this group, the Right Reverend Andre Shoemake.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I was experiencing a few technical difficulties there. But to our new district superintendent, Dr. Kenneth Chris Hurst, to our outgoing superintendent, Mr. Matthew Duffy, to our illustrious board president, Mr. Phillips, and to our esteemed school trustees, and to all the hardworking administrators and the most amazing classified staff on the planet. And I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't mention this district's amazing teachers who, in the midst of a pandemic, showed up to work every day to inspire young minds all across this district. My name is Reverend Andre Shoemake. I'm a school community outreach worker with the district. My position, which is formally and passionately known as a SCOW, I also serve in that capacity with the Office of African American Student Achievement under the courageous leadership of Mr. William McGee. I come before you tonight to share with you a wonderful vision that Mr. Duffy had to increase community engagement by building relationships with teachers, parents, and students. The bold idea was to establish the West Contra Costa Unified School District Elementary Sports League for the Kennedy family of schools. The idea was to build new relationships outside the classroom, believing that it would strengthen relationships within the classroom. Beautiful people, it worked. It was a hit with the teachers, the students, and the parents. When Mr. Duffy ran the idea by Mr. Tashaka Merriweather, the district youth development program coordinator, I'm sure he had no idea how successful the co-ed league would become. Coming out the gate in year one, we started with 12 schools. The following year, as a result of the league's popularity, the program expanded with more schools participating. The league offered the following activities free of charge to all of our wonderful families: basketball, soccer, and a flag football tournament. Now, Mr. Merriweather reached out to someone who needs no introduction, the Reverend George Brown, who announced all the games and kept the crowds laughing. We all met and agreed that the primary purpose for the league would be to inform and educate students and their parents that they are students first and then athletes. I'll say that again, that they are students first and then athletes. The league was teaching core values such as effective effort is important, good sportsmanship, integrity, discipline, teamwork. Now, what was really impressive to me was not only were the parents bringing the students to the game each Saturday morning, they stayed to watch the games. On any given Saturday, we would have anywhere from 75 to 100 parents participating, watching their, again, I say, student athletes performing. Now, as I close, the one unique thing about the league is that during the halftime break, we used that time to communicate directly with parents and guardians about what was going on throughout our district. We emphasized at each game that the district's goal was to make sure that child got a good quality education. And the one way that the parents and guardians could help us in that effort was to make sure that their child showed up to school each and every day, because every school day counts. We would wrap it up by encouraging the parents and guardians to build stronger relationships with their teachers. All this is what we were doing during the halftime. And if the student was experiencing some challenges in the classroom, we made it clear that it had nothing to do with that child's ability to learn. For we believe that all students have the capacity to learn and to achieve at high academic levels. Now, we shared that if there was an issue with the child, it probably had nothing to do with the child's ability to learn. It was more than likely that that particular teacher hadn't tapped into that child's learning style. So part of our communication with the parents is to let them know to work closely with the teachers to find out, is that child a visual learner, an audio learner, a kinesthetic learner? And in doing so, that would enable that child to perform at a higher academic level. So Mr. Duffy, I just want to say thank you for the idea. Thank you for reaching out to Tashaka, who did a yeoman's job in putting a team together so that we would show up each and every Saturday for basketball, for soccer, as well as for the flag football tournament. And I want to close with something that the Reverend George Brown would always do. At the end of each game, Mr. Brown would tell everyone there on both teams that they were all winners and that everyone that showed up that day was a winner. So with that, I submit. And again, I want to thank you, Mr. Duffy. It was a pleasure serving the district in that capacity. And we certainly look forward to it continuing on with the new superintendent and the new board leadership that we have in this great district. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What we're going to do, public, if you do have comments, because I do believe that there's some people who want to call in and say some things, we're going to go to public comment. And because we don't have the plaque, because we did it earlier today, Mr. Jordan does have some photos of Mr. Duffy earlier, so everybody knows he really did get his thank you plaque. There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan. We are going to go to public comment for Mr. Duffy. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm waiting a minute. We're going to stop at, it looks like 13, 14, coming in 15. All right, here we go. First one is going to be LP. You may unmute.
My name is Lisa Pitters. Mr. Duffy, we haven't worked together very long, but I know for certain that you have made a difference in many lives at Bright Futures Growth and Development Center. And I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for giving our students a fighting chance. God bless you in your future endeavors, and wherever you land, they will be very blessed to receive you.
Our next public speaker, Marcus Walton. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, board members. Mr. Duffy, I just want to say congratulations and good luck. It was a long 5 years. I was proud and thankful that I got to work next to you for the vast majority of it. We went through some hard times, but we also went through some good times. And I know that others have talked about your accomplishments. And I know that this is just one step in your journey. I want to say thank you also, not only as a former employee of this district, but as a parent, for trying new things and innovative things and doing what you could and working with the team to raise standards and bring innovation to the school district. It wasn't easy. It was often very hard, but I hope you get at least a few weeks or a couple of months of getting home to, you know, do things like watch the Warriors on TV tonight. So congratulations. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to work with you, and I look forward to seeing what you do next and in the future.
Our next speaker is County Superintendent Lynn Mackey. You may unmute.
Thank you, Board President Phillips, trustees, Superintendent Duffy, and welcome Superintendent Hurst. I just wanted to take a moment to honor all the work Superintendent Duffy has accomplished in the last 5 years. It has been an honor to work side by side with him in this last year during this most trying time, where he kept students, staff, and community in the forefront of his mind and thoughts at every moment and every decision. I want to thank him for connecting me with a community so the county office could support young people in West Contra Costa. He has been an innovative and dynamic leader, and I wish him well in his next endeavor. And I hope you get a break for a little while. And thank you so much for all the work you have done for the community of West Contra Costa. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker, Joanna Pace. You may unmute.
Good evening, Superintendent Duffy and Superintendent Hurst and board members. Superintendent Duffy, I speak tonight as a representative, as you know, of Public Core, which is an organization of West County parents, teachers, community members, and school staff who fight for public control and accountability of our public schools. Superintendent Duffy, Public Core would like to thank you for your willingness over the 5 years to answer our questions. We thank you for your kindness, for your patience, very much. And we thank you for these 5 years of focusing on what's most important, which is our students, our families, and our district team. We wish you the best, and call on us if you need information about public control and accountability. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Our next public speaker is Christina Baronian.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Duffy, this is Christina Baronian. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Lincoln. I know you've heard my voice quite a bit, especially this year. I just wanted to say that even though I didn't always see eye to eye on everything with you, I very much admire you as a professional. You always stayed cool, calm, and collected, especially during some crazy board meetings. So good luck on your future endeavors. You know, I very much appreciate all the hard work you put in.
Our next speaker is last numbers, it's 9048S.
Hello, my name is Simone, and I'm a grandparent from Bright Futures Growth and Development Center. Mr. Duffy, I just want to say thank you so much, because at one of the meetings when we were trying to open our hoods for our children to come back to our program, you were asked the question, was it safe? And they asked you that question more than one time, and you stuck your neck out for us, so we were able to open our doors. And for that, we will be so grateful from all the parents and the children at Bright Futures.
Hi, Mr. Duffy. My name is Jador Morrow, and I just want to say thank you for supporting Bright Futures.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy, and good luck.
Our next public speaker is Kelly Mclaren.
Hi, I just want to say, as I also grew up in the district from kindergarten through high school under Superintendent Marks in the 90s, and my kids also attend the school district now. I want to thank you for all your hard work and leading our students and our trustees and the board for the last 5 years. You've really done a great job, and I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is Danielle Farrell.
Good evening, board. Good evening, board. My name is Danielle Farrell. I'm a senior at De Anza High School. I've been a part of Bright Futures family since I was 2 years old. Bright Futures has been an instrumental part of my growth and development. I am grateful to you, Superintendent Duffy, for always fighting for Bright Futures because he believes in the program. I am proof that Bright Futures is a successful program in our community. I have learned so many life skills at Bright Futures, starting with my job there when I was 13 years old. Working at Bright Futures taught me good work ethics and responsibility. I am currently a certified locksmith, and I have been working full-time throughout my senior year without compromising my grades. I'll be continuing my education in the fall to become a firefighter. Bright Futures is an asset to our community, and we hate to see you go, Mr. Duffy, but thank you for all the support throughout the years. I hope the new superintendent will continue to support Bright Futures so young children in our community can have the same opportunities that I have experienced. Thank you. Thanks again.
Our next speaker, Maesha Harris-Gash.
Well, so first I'm going to say congrats to the young man who's going to pursue firefighting. I'm the daughter of a 30-year Richmond Fire Department retiree. It's a great profession. So to my colleagues, please continue to encourage young people to look at being firefighters. And that's for the young ladies too. Maybe that's what I should have done instead. I don't know. But my purpose and my passion is being an educator. Mr. Duffy, first night once you were chosen, elected, sworn in, and all that good stuff, I introduced myself to you and I told you when you see me the next time, my hair might be different. So it's still me, but I switch it up all the time. And I think I've held true to that during your 5 years. And so I want to thank you for the anti-racism work that we've done this year. It has really helped me, it's helped my colleagues, it's helped our campus, it helps our students. And thank you for stepping out and doing that. Without trying to get too emotional, it's been a long time coming. And at Kennedy, we're gonna continue because we see the purpose in it. And but you had the vision and you shared it and it just took off, at least at Kennedy it did. So thank you for that. Moving on to what's going on with you in the future, I pray for you and your family that God keeps you and that at some point in time, again, our paths will cross. So God bless.
Our next speaker is Deandria Latier.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello board. My name is Deandria Latier and I graduated from Middle College High School in 2018. Ms. Velez was actually my kindergarten teacher. I'm now a senior at Arizona State University studying biochemistry. I have been a part of the Bright Futures family since I was 5 years old, and everything I've gained during my 15 years at Bright Futures has made me the well-rounded person I am today. When I'm not acting as a teacher's assistant for organic chemistry at school, I'm serving as a full-time junior executive board member for Bright Futures. The support Superintendent Duffy has given us over the years has been immensely impactful. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for the resources and support Superintendent Duffy supplied Bright Futures during this critical time of my development. It sucks to see Mr. Duffy go, but I can only hope the new superintendent, Mr. Hurst, will supply these new young Bright Futures children with the same resources and support that I was afforded. Our community deserves it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrisa Latier.
Good evening, board. It's Idrissa. Tonight, I am speaking as a parent and as Bright Futures Executive Board President. When Mr. Duffy was up for the position of superintendent, he and the other candidates came to Bright Futures where we had a panel discussion, a Q&A for our Parents Association, and he stood out from the very beginning. From day one, Duffy has taken an interest in Bright Futures and took the time to get to know our programs. His support has been instrumental in keeping Bright Futures going even throughout the pandemic, and instrumental in us opening up and being that first hub. I personally hate to see you go, Duffy. You have always had an open door policy and always made yourself available when I contacted you. And we might not always see eye to eye, but you always were willing to listen and compromise. And I appreciate that. You know, I go hard and you go hard too. And I hope the new superintendent gets to know the new programs just like you did, because we need those strong relationships cultivated in our community. But on behalf of the executive board of Bright Futures Growth and Development Center, we thank you, Matthew Duffy, for your hard work, your dedication. We thank you for your support of our children and of our programs, and thank you for recognizing our work in the community and championing our efforts. Your support has been invaluable. We thank you and we wish you well in all your future endeavors. You will be missed.
Our next speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duffy. It's been a pleasure working with you for the past years. Like the last speaker mentioned, it's not always been the greatest of relationships, but it's been a professional one. And we have worked together to improve the lives of the students and the staff in this district. We'll always work in collaboration, and we thank you for being collaborative with us. And also, we wish you luck in your next part of your life. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ivy Winston. And looks like we have a different one, so I'll try. Here we go. Ivy, you can try to unmute.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Ivan. I'm sitting here and I'm just getting all blubbery by hearing everybody with these kind words of expression and how honest they all are. I remember the first time when I first met you in your office, I came in there with a group of community representatives, and they all was carrying these big old bags of trash, and they just dumped it right on your desk. And then I realized for the first time that you just realized what you had just gotten yourself into, right? And so you rolled up your sleeves, you took on the challenge, and you cleaned it all up. I'm so proud of you. I'm so thankful for you. I respect you on great levels. I genuinely wish you the best in the future. Again, I echo everything that everyone said as far as Bright Futures. As the founder, you were the very first superintendent to step up and help our organization after being in existence for 25 years. So I thank you. I thank you. And you know how the results are when it comes to our kids. You know, you was a crucial part during this pandemic. And so we are very thankful, we're humbled, and from the depths of our heart, we wish you the best in the future, you good people. Stay true to yourself, without compromise. And I wish you the best. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Jenny Victor.
Hi, I'm a parent calling in on behalf of Bright Futures Growth and Development Center. And Mr. Duffy, I will say that I'm not as involved with, your work, and I don't know much about your work, but I do know that Bright Futures is an important community center for my children. And if Miss Ivy, the founder of Bright Futures, and the staff tell me that you have been a direct result and made a huge impact in Bright Futures running and staying afloat during the pandemic, I just want to say thank you for that. My children have benefited from this program tremendously. I have a daughter that just graduated De Anza, and she's on her way to Cal, and I'm so excited about that. And I also have a five-year-old who's starting kindergarten soon, and she's going to be going through Bright Futures Development Program. And this program has meant so much to my family. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done for the program. It's a truly special program. And I wish you all the luck.
Our next speaker is Jornay Banks.
Okay, my name is Jornay Banks, and I just want to thank Mr. Duffy for all the support he has dedicated to Bright Futures. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Glatzer.
Hi, thank you. So Joseph Glatzer, again, 7th grade history teacher at Hercules Middle. Thank you, Mr. Duffy, for your service over your time in this district. The last few years have certainly been a wild ride with many ups and downs. I've enjoyed our conversations over the years, including at the Crespi Library Town Hall a few years ago. I can't say I've agreed with every decision made, but I can also say that being a superintendent is an incredibly difficult job. It's not something that I would ever want to do. And I do appreciate your contributions to our district and always being open to community feedback and being very patient. That's an important quality in this job. So I wish you luck with your next position, and I also welcome Dr. Hurst to our district.
Our next speaker is Mariela Cuellar.
Good evening, Mr. Duffy, community. I just want to say thank you for your time. You came to this district and inherit the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's been a long journey. We have seen each other a few times, but I don't know if you remember me. I remember you. And I just wish you, the best for your family, time with your family, because I know it has been long, long nights. And, and Mr. Hurst, I don't know him that much. We don't know him, but also he's gonna inherit the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I just, buena suerte. Gracias por todo, su tiempo, su dedicación, y que le vaya muy bien en su futuro. I just wish you the best luck in your professional future with your family, and take care.
Our next public speaker is Ebony Blake.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Hurst, and to Superintendent Duffy. I want to say thank you so much for allowing innovation into the West Contra Costa Unified School District. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have the West County Mandarin School. And I want to say I appreciate you so much. We have grown so much over the years and gotten a chance to know you on a personal level and also on a professional level. And because of the school growing so much, we had a big issue with where we were going to land, where we're going to go, where we are going to be housed. We kept going back and forward. You fought with the PTA school site parents, and finally we were able to land at Pinole Middle School. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart, because now my two boys have an opportunity to embrace this innovation that you have created, and we wish that it continues for the future. And I want to say, whatever you do in this future, continue to practice innovation and allowing our kids to flourish. Good luck.
And batting cleanup, our last speaker, Sherry Rivenbark. Sherry, you can unmute.
Mr. Duffy, I just wanted to thank you for all of your years of service to the students of the district. My daughter did graduate from De Anza High School, and I'm a district employee also. So just thank you. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Wall. Thank you, everyone who called in. Board, now it's your opportunity to say words or share words with Mr. Duffy. Mr. Christian, you're first.
All right, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Duffy. When I think back, when Duffy came up to El Cerrito High School 5 years ago, he introduced himself to me, and from there I got the chance to know Superintendent Duffy. And I just want to say, you have worked hard throughout the 5 years here, and your dedication. And I just want to thank you for your service and all that you have done here, laboring here in this district. Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian. Gonzalez, for.
Thank you, President Phillips. Superintendent Duffy, gosh, there's so many fond memories that I have of our time together. I can't believe it's been 5 years. Time has really gone so quickly. And, I think that, just to put things into perspective, in your tenure here, you have dealt with fires and smoke days. You have dealt with electrical outages in our communities. You have dealt with storms. You have dealt with a pandemic. And I wanted to mention that because I believe that you were instrumental in saving lives in our community a year ago. When you decided to close our schools when you did, I think that you made a huge impact for West Contra Costa, for the staff, for the families, for the students. And I'm going to be forever thankful for your leadership, because leaders really show their colors in emergencies and crises. And you showed us your true colors time and time again when we had to deal with these emergencies that no one saw coming at the times. Some of my fun memories about us was visiting it seems like visiting schools is a trend with me, but visiting our schools together and showing the videos that we had to do over and over again with Marcus and Robert. And we went to visit De Anza and Helms, and we try to show community a positive spin in our schools about all the greatness happening in classrooms. And I think that just speaks so highly about your values. You always wanted to show the community the work that is actually happening at the sites. But you were also never one to shy away from speaking about the challenges and the work that needed to happen. In our Kennedy's high school schools, you always put that as a priority at the forefront of your work. The Stage Initiative, I think that you have made quite a bit of change while also dealing with quite a bit of turmoil that we didn't expect. our times and solutions team, even when we're yelling at each other, I'll never forget that. Yet at the end of the day, we always centered on what was most important, which was kids. Our late nights working on the parcel tax and the bond, or walking the community with Trustee Reckler. I mean, you literally would give up your weekends to make sure that our kids had the facilities they deserve, or the counselors, or whatever else it was at the time. And I'm so proud that we did that together. I think that you obviously have an incredible, bright future, no pun intended on there, bright future ahead of you. And I'm just so excited to see what you do next. And I know that we're gonna stay in touch. And please keep leading with honesty, with your humor that I always appreciated, because this work can be pretty difficult, and your humor always brought us together in the middle of the turmoil. And also your humbleness that you brought to the picture, I think is so critical for someone in leadership, especially when meeting with different stakeholders and having hard conversations. So thank you for the last 5 years. I do think that you have made incredible positive change for our schools and for our students. And I look forward to see what you do next. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm up next, and I have a Measure T story too, which is we run this campaign on like a shoestring, with like a couple of Band-Aids, some dental floss. I think there was some duct tape holding that campaign together. And I'm just trying to think of like everything I could do to get this thing to pass. And I reach out to Judy Sanders, and I'm like, so do you think it's a good idea if like the new superintendent ghostwrites a letter about how important Measure T is? And she blesses it. So I'm like, okay, I contact this brand new superintendent. I'm like, hey, I want to ghostwrite a letter for you about how important Measure T is. And I want to put it on Facebook, kids. We put it on Facebook. Okay. Just wanted to make sure they knew that. And he's like, okay. So I write this letter and he blesses it. And he's like, all right, go. And I'm just thinking to myself, I mean, like, how trusting could this person be? I could put like anything in there, it doesn't know me from Adam. But we put this thing out there, and kids, thousands of people read it on Facebook, and it passed with over, what was it, 75% yes vote on Measure T. So, that was one of our early introductions. But we've had, very successful tenure together, and we've been a good team over the last 5 years. And we worked successfully on district policy, of course, Measure T, Measure R, and the Hewlett Foundation grant. Thank you for all those opportunities. And I toast our success because it was terrific. As a district parent, we've always wanted better in this district. We wanted more programs, and we wanted opportunities for our kids. We wanted a more stable teaching force, more stable school leadership force, and you actively worked to attract and retain employees and implemented many programs, the dual immersion, Mandarin School, IB program, ethnic studies, our trips to China, expanded career and technical education, and all of the advisories and the millions of different ways you thought about to engage kids and bring them closer to the learning opportunities. As a PTA leader, you repeatedly welcomed the opportunity to engage with our leaders and enabled and encouraged the formation of other parent groups and gave them district resources so they too had a seat at the table. I thank you for all the resources that you gave the Parent Leadership Council and their formation and development. And then as a longtime district advocate, I've been contacted by parents over the years about how to navigate the system, how to advocate for their children. And so behind the scenes, a lot of times I've seen how your office handled complaints, and even if the outcome wasn't to their liking, the majority of times parents felt their cases were handled competently and they felt heard. And unfortunately, we have a nationwide crisis in superintendency. The data that I have here is a little old, 2018, but in a district like ours with similar different demographics, the average superintendent length of stay is about 5 or 6 years. And having had a ringside seat at this rodeo for well over a decade, I can attest to the grueling intensity of these positions. The needs are great, the asks are endless, the resources are scarce. This is 24/7, 365 work. There's a high intensity event around every corner, whether it's missing children, it's an on-campus fight, it's a break-in, a bomb threat, a shooting, a smoke day, a pandemic, a constant stream of feedback or criticism, depending on the day, sometimes feedback, sometimes criticism. And that's just the sideshow, because superintendents also have to stay on track and keep in-classroom academics at the center. It's thankless, intense work. The stresses are proven by resignations of superintendents across the nation, Los Angeles, Chicago, here. It's a rare person that can do this for very long. And all districts need more stability and leadership so that more work can get done. I understand it's the nature of the beast, and maybe we can't slay the beast, but it is within all of us to tame it. And I hope all of us will take advantage of this crossroad to check ourselves and think about the ways in which we can all contribute to a more supportive culture that still holds high expectations of our leaders, yet isn't so brutal. I am certainly checking myself, and as a board member, I'm committed to the creation of conditions and cultures here that are better suited to supporting longevity and success for superintendents and all of our employees. And I hope you'll all join me. Over the years, I've appreciated your candor and the time and knowledge you invested in me. I've appreciated that you've been able to see through my criticisms and recognize my passions and good intentions and my talents, and although at times I launch some pretty good darts. I want to thank your family, especially your children, for their service. Your tenure here could not have been easy on them, especially navigating the never-ending crisis of the last 14 months, keeping the district fed and connected, assured and supported. You did it with composure and professionalism while still balancing the needs of your own family. And I also very much appreciate the long stretch of time when your office communicated daily to the community over the many uncertain months of this pandemic, as we were all trying to keep it together in a very scary time. Finally, some know, but not all know, that the superintendent has a very keen sense of humor. And it's been so stressful lately. Understandably, we've only seen glimpses of that late, but I hope that returns. I thank you for your work. I thank you for pushing the system, for making us better. I wish you all the best in future endeavors and hope and expect that you'll keep me in your professional network. And with that, I am.
Mrs. Smith-Fall.
Good evening, Superintendent Duffy. If someone ever asked you if you gave birth to a 10-pound baby without medicine and sitting on the floor, you can now say yes. You've been a superintendent in WCCUSD. It's giving birth to a 10-pound baby without medicine and on the floor. So for that, you have to say, you got to give yourself some credit. You know what I mean? So sometimes people are baptized by water, sometimes people are baptized by fire, but the baptism happens. So you have to realize that everything is a lesson for you to learn, and you learned a lot of lessons in WCCUSD. You're never going to find a place as unique as we are. So when you go off and go wherever you have, you will take the lessons that you've learned from this district and you will go forth and be a better version of yourself. And that's all that we can ever ask, is just to continue to be the best version of ourselves. So thank you. And I appreciate what you've done, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Emiliano?
Mr. Duffy, I haven't known you personally for too long or had like one-on-one interactions with you, but I do remember my first exposure, I guess, to who you were was at a all-district music festival. I remember sitting with my little violin and listening to you talk on the stage, and I was like, wow, that superintendent really cares about the students that are here right now. And since then, I've always, although I hadn't known you personally, it's been clear how much you care about the students in our district. And honestly, it felt really nice to have the superintendent of the entire school district sitting, listening to the performances given by students from across the district. But yeah, it was clear how much you care about the students, and upon actually meeting you and having a conversation with you, it's even more clear. I'm so grateful for the meetings we've had before every board meeting, just to discuss and just to talk about what was going to happen that day. And it was clear that you really cared that Thomas and I understood what was going on, and you were always there to answer questions. And I really appreciate that. And not only were you there to clarify what we got ourselves into with these board meetings, but also to get to know us better as students, which really it has been an honor to be able to work with you. And I'm really grateful to have been in your last term or semester as superintendent. Thank you so much for everything you've done these past 5 years, and um, looking forward to see what you do in the future.
Mr. Duffy, I first got to know you from the name on top of the memo from the district when I was a kid, and I always got those pieces of paper and it said Matthew Duffy on the top, and I was like, I wonder who that is. And then I kind of saw you on some board meetings when I watched when I was younger, and now having this spot here and having been able to work with you has just been a pleasure and an honor of mine. I want to thank you for the work that you have done for our district, and I personally got to know you when I first joined the board, and your guidance has meant everything to me. Having the meetings before every meeting and just updating Navi and I on like the expectations and everything that has been really helpful. And also like to thank you for sometimes talking to me about basketball and just checking up on me on whatever I'm doing. So that's really appreciated. And I value the relationship we've built. And I just want to once again thank you for the guidance you've shown me and shown our district. And I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Mr. Duffy, I was sitting here and I was thinking about how long I've known you. And I think that I may have been with you the longest. Val Cuevas may have nudged me out by like a month, but you came to the district, I think, in June. And then I got on the board in December. So I have been with you almost your entire time here. And one of the things that I can say about you in all sincerity is that you do care. You do. You care about kids. You care about staff. And you take that caring and you do your best with it, right? We all get dealt, a hand. I do, you do, everybody else does. And you play that hand, the best that you can. And some of the things that we've heard people talk about tonight from Smoke Days, the pandemic, all of these extraordinary things, right? But those extraordinary things don't even scratch the surface of what we deal with on an ordinary day, right? In this district, because there are so many challenges. So what I want to say to you is thank you for everything that you did. Thank you for everything that you tried to do. And thank you for everything that you wanted to do. And I say wanted as well because, this work is a relay race, and we all run the leg that we run, and you've run yours and you're going to take the baton, you're going to run somewhere else. And I want to say I appreciate that and I recognize that. And for anybody who does not think that, and this is a few people, but for anybody who doesn't think that Matthew Duffy was working, Matthew Duffy, when he came here, had a full head of black hair. And a full head of black hair. Matthew Duffy's hair is gray. He is going gray. And it's crazy going back to, we've been here together because the truth is, I cut my hair off today, but mine is going gray as well. This place will age you. And I say that only half jokingly because it's true. But Mr. Duffy, thank you sincerely for what you have done for us. And now, if you'd like to say any words, it's your mic.
Well, thank you so much. You know, it's so much to say, but it has been a remarkable journey. So many things have happened, so much unexpected, but so many amazing things that we've been able to accomplish. Just beautiful, wonderful relationships with so many people in this district. I mean, that's really what this district is. It's a group of incredible people, staff and students. You know, and it's a bittersweet time. So, you know, this is my last board meeting, and I'm so excited about Dr. Hurst's leadership, and have had a chance to meet with him a bunch of times, and you know, really appreciated his grace in letting me sort of finish and transition. So it's really nice. I appreciate the way this is finishing, and yes, there's so many things that have happened, and I think we've planted very many seeds. I'm so proud of that building that you're sitting in and what it looks like, and being able to accomplish that. So yeah, I feel honored. I feel so honored to have been able to do this, and to be able to lead a community. I mean, it's an incredible privilege, you know, as challenging as it is, it's a privilege at the end of the day. So thank you very much. You know, I'm not going anywhere, so I'll be around, and you know, hope to help make the transition and the move into summer and fall as best as it can possibly be. So thank you for all the well wishes. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Duffy, I just saw a hand go up, and board, if you don't mind, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to take the privilege of doing this. I see Principal Hadari. Principal Hadari, were you trying to slip in and say something about Mr. Duffy?
He is unmuted.
Good evening. My hand was actually up for public comment, but it stayed up, and I didn't get my turn. But on behalf of the Grant community, I want to thank Mr. Duffy, because him being a North, he knows the reference I'm making, has allowed many of us administrators who had ideas to come to fruition. One of which was a grassroots effort on by teachers at my particular school for a newcomer program. The program has been so successful in the last 4 years. We have children who have been in our program for 3 years, reclassify and go and follow the A through G requirement track and do wonders. So I thank you. My community thanks you. And thank you so much for being the voice of the voiceless. I think many of our families have appreciated your openness. Just the fact that you would communicate with your heart with families, they saw it. And you tried to be as transparent as possible. And we, as administrators, saw you. One of the other initiatives that you had was bringing all the administrators in the Kennedy family together within your first year, first few months. And we bonded over so many common experiences that we had, that it has made us stronger. And us as administrators coming closer allowed the sport league that Reverend Shoemake mentioned become even more fruitful, where the kids were actually meeting at these events. And then when they at Dijon, they were saying, hey, I know you, we play basketball together. So I appreciate you on so many levels. You know how much my teachers, my classified staff, and our entire community appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say enough. I hope this isn't goodbye. I was a baby principal, an educator for almost 30 years, but it was after my first year, and I was advocating for my community. And thank you. Thank you for hearing me. After my second year, you said, yeah, you look a little ruffled. And I looked at you and I said, hey, thank you. You noticed. And it's been an honor to serve under your leadership. You are my 4th superintendent. I welcome Dr. Hurst. He will be my 5th. This year will be marking my 28th year in the district. I started as a student teacher. I became a long-term sub. I stuck it out. I became a classroom teacher at Olinda. Go Thomas, love you, love your brother too, Martin. So, you know, it's nice to see how you've given voice to everybody. And I'm talking way too much. However, we appreciate you so much. I can't say enough. And if my families could be on tonight to tell you how much they care about you, you wouldn't be able to get off tonight. It would go till 5 a.m.
Thank you so
thank
much.
you. And thank you to whoever it was that noticed my hand was up. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Principal Hidaria, for calling in. Mr. Duffy, people are not going to let you go. We are going to go on to the next item, which is recognition of Ruben Aurelio, Chief Academic Officer, who is also leaving. Mr. Duffy, why don't you leave this one?
Great, thank you so much. And I'm going to ask Mr. Jordan or whoever's sharing if they could bring up that précis for me, which gives some outline. So yes, it's my honor to give a little thanks back to some wonderful people who are leaving the district over the next couple of items. And so the first is our Chief Academic Officer, Ruben Aurelio. And I'm going to read this. Mr. Aurelio joined the WCCUSD in July of 2018 as an executive director, managing the day-to-day operations and principal supervision of 18 schools. He currently serves as the CAO in our district, leading 55 schools across many communities. As the CAO, he's responsible for all things instructional and much more. He oversees teaching and learning, preschool, college and career, early literacy, English learners, and initiatives focused around deeper learning and African American achievement. In this role, he leads a large number of directors, coordinators, and central office staff. Ruben has been an outstanding team member, and I really mean that. And in service of WCCUSD, he's worked hard, listened patiently, and is always ready to contribute. His tremendous systems expertise has brought forward new systems and processes to make us more efficient. This year, he led a highly successful transition to distance learning and is helping lead the transition back to in-person school. He's been involved in negotiations with multiple bargaining units and led his large team through operational and logistical challenges during the pandemic. We could move that forward. Ruben's a leader in the area of data and technology. He brought new technology and technology applications into the space so that work could be easier and streamlined. And as an executive director, his school showed improvement last year in English language arts and math. He is most proud of his work supporting the principals through his time here. Additionally, Ruben's proud of his leadership and development of new structures dedicated to race and equity, including the Friday Professional Learning Series, the Race Equity Leads Group, and the Leadership Series provided to school and district leaders. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Aurelio for his dedication and service to the students, staff, and community of our school district. And on a personal note, I've known Ruben for quite some time and was really excited when he applied to join the district. And it's just been a wonderful partnership, you know, for these last 3 years, working on so many things to improve. So Ruben, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. We wish you the best in Berkeley, leading their instructional team and being the CAO there just next door. So thank you, Ruben. Thank you very, very much, and best of luck.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duffy, for that. We're going to follow the same process. So if anybody wants to make public comment for Mr. Aurelio, please go ahead and raise your hand. Going once, going twice, gone. So we have 2 folks, and then the board will make comments. 3 folks.
All right, we'll start off. Marissa Glidden.
Hi, Ruben. I just wanted to thank you for your leadership this year during an incredibly challenging time. You always led with your heart. You saw the whole picture, you centered students, and you accomplished a lot over a very short amount of time. I wish you the absolute best in everything that you do, and you'll be missed.
All right, moving to our next one, Sherry Rivenbark.
Hi, Ruben. I just wanted to thank you for this past year. We didn't get a whole lot of time together, but most of it remotely. But I did enjoy this year with you. Sorry to see you go, but happy for you also. All the best in Berkeley, and we'll keep in touch.
All right, our next one, Jose De Leon.
Good evening, Ruben, and more than anything else, thank you for working with the principals and the sites. A lot of us got to work with you as an executive director, and then as assistant superintendent of academics. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your openness, and good luck in your next endeavor. Thank you.
Our next one, Principal Hadari.
Thank you, Dr. Walt. Ruben, I so appreciate your authenticity and openness. I appreciated you being my direct supervisor when you came on board. I uphold you and your opinions quite a bit. And thank you for being the data master and knowing so much about Illuminate and all of that. I have so much appreciation for you, as does my entire staff and our grant community. Don't be a stranger. Keep in touch. Thank you for our community.
All right, and our anchor man in tonight's relay, Will McGee.
Hey, good evening, honorable board members, Superintendent Matt Duffy and Superintendent Dr. Hurst, community and staff. Just wanting to get in, I kind of missed raising my hand the last couple of times. And thank you for allowing me to speak, Dr. Wold. So just wanting to thank our student trustees, and then thank Mr. Duffy, and then thank Ruben. Ruben and I have been working closely together this year. I didn't get a chance to work with him before, but it's been a really arduous task, and I just appreciate the dialogue, and even when we're in our meetings, just the discussions we've been all able to have as directors in educational services. So thank you for your work, thank you for your support, and best of luck to you.
So I'm gonna take just 1 second, if you don't mind, Mr. Phillips, to say my thank yous to both Superintendent Duffy and Ruben. You've been my partner for the last year, and even before that, Ruben, in your other position. We've done so much together, and I personally am going to miss both of you. To Matt, I still remember having coffee with you in June of 2019 and how candid you were about the challenges we were going to face. I think you were trying to talk me out of coming, but together, I really enjoyed standing by your side and doing the work together. And Ruben, you've been an amazing partner. I can't say enough how much I think I've become a better administrator working with both of you. Thank you. And thank you, President Phillips, for letting me speak too.
Thank you. All right, board, it is on you. And these comments for Mr. Christian at the back.
All right. That's my turn. Okay. Thank you, President Phillips. I want to say thank you, Ruben, for the short period of time that I got the chance to really know you, your dedicated work, and you've been a blessing to us, and appreciate you, and you're going to be missed. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Mr. Aurelio, gosh, it's been so fun working together, especially this year in the academic subcommittee with Trustee Smith Folds, gotten to know you even more. You're an incredible leader. I know you're going to create so much positive change in Berkeley. I am really jealous of them. And, you know, I think that you always had our English language learners, our students of color at the center of your work. I always appreciated that. Your principal development, always appreciate how much time and effort you put into that, as Mr. Duffy mentioned. And this year, the work around race and equity and grading for equity series that you have supported has made, I think, a huge impact on teaching practices. So thank you. I know that we're gonna say thank you again at the academic subcommittee, so I'll go longer then, but I just want to say thank you for your work, and we will definitely miss you.
Thank you so much. It's sitting right here. Hi. So thank you for always centering students, and thank you for your responsiveness to parents. Always. Thank you for being the data master and the systems master, and of course the DJ. You know, thank you for setting me straight on the kinks, because that was important. So I wish you the best in your future endeavor. I know where that office is, so we know where to come and find you when we need you. Best to you.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure and an honor to get to know you in the academic subcommittee. It's a great honor to know that you are a dancer. It's a great honor to know that you met your wife in college and you've been with her ever since. It's a great honor to know that you took dancing to meet your wife. There's a lot. So I am just thankful that we had the opportunity to get to know each other and work with each other. And I know that Berkeley has really captured a great jewel. So thank you for every single thing that you've done in this district. You're much appreciated.
Mr. Aurelio, I'd like to say thank you for all that you've done. My first interaction with you was at our election. And yeah, thank you so much for being a part of that and being a part of this experience. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck in whatever you do in the future in Berkeley. I don't really know what you're doing, but good luck. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Aurelio, similar to what Navi said, I just want to thank you for being a part of the All-Student Congress and being there during the election. And yeah, I just want to wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. And yeah, good luck.
Mr. Aurelio, I would like to say thank you for being a team player. What has happened in your tenure here is that we've had gaps. And every time we've had a gap, you have helped fill it. You've moved spots, you've done jobs that were not your own, you've done jobs that you didn't come here to be, even the job that you're in right now, right? And so you have really, in a true sense, been a team player. And in an organization like that, like this one, I think that is very important. So I want to say to you, thank you for pitch hitting, because if we don't have people who are willing to be team players and do jobs that are necessary, even if that's not the job they came to do, it doesn't really work. So I want to say I appreciate you, and I want to say best wishes to you in Berkeley, and thank you very much for your service and your time here. All these goodbyes. The meeting is getting sad. So we're going to move on to the next item, and the end of an era is coming, and I'm going to let.
Excuse me, President Phillips, are we
Yes.
going to let Mr. Aurelio say anything?
You're right. Mr. Aurelio,
I will be brief because we are going long, and honestly, I don't want to take anything away from our next recognition, which is very important. So I just want to thank all of you, current board, former board trustees Lada, Panes, Cuevas, and Hernandez Jarvis, who I believe I'm going to be reunited with in Berkeley. So that'd be interesting. But I do want to say there are tremendous people in this district, phenomenal talent. I've learned more from you all than I think I've taught anyone. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. Hurst. Good luck. You're gonna need it, just so you know. But I trust that you're coming in with a very strong vision for what needs to happen next. And of course, I'm only a text or phone call away, and I will be right next door in Berkeley. And lastly, just really thank you to Mr. Duffy. Like he said, we go way back. He remembers me as a administrator, giving me actually my very first administrative position as his vice principal. So, we go for full circle. Maybe, hey, Mr. Duffy, if you're looking for a job, you never know. Right. But here, I just want to say thank you all, and I will end with that because I do want us to end at some point tonight.
Even on the way out, he wants us to not work until midnight or 1 o'clock. I hear you and I agree. Wholeheartedly. The next person, Mr. Duffy.
Yes. Well, the next person we're honoring would also wholeheartedly agree and want us to be as efficient as possible. And tonight we honor the career and service of Debbie Haney. So I'm going to read the praesis and then say a couple of words. So after 33 dedicated years of service to the West Contra Costa Unified School and its students, staff, and families, Debbie Haney is retiring in June. She started her career with WCCUSD in 1988 as a substitute clerk. In 91, she was hired permanently as secondary school cashier at El Cerrito High. 1994, promoted to senior secretary supervisor at El Cerrito High. And in 1999 was promoted to senior administrative secretary confidential in the regional superintendent office of K. Burnside. In 2002, she was promoted to executive secretary to the superintendent and held this position for the last 19 years. During her tenure, she has worked with 4 superintendents. Ms. Haney has worked 5 years with Gloria Johnston, 1 year with interim superintendent Cynthia LeBlanc, 10 years with Dr. Bruce Harder, and most recent superintendent, me, for 5 years. During her time working in the superintendent's office, she's worked with numerous board members. She's worked as a facilitator to ensure smooth management of the organization and Board of Education. Her expertise in district governance and district policies is invaluable. Ms. Haney has always gone above and beyond to make sure the board meeting agendas are ready on time and meetings run smoothly. Ms. Haney excels in professionalism and attention to detail. She has excellent professional leadership skills. She's always kind, compassionate, and dedicated. She's well trusted and respected by her colleagues. WCCUSD sincerely thanks Debbie Haney for her service and wish her the very best in the next chapter of her journey. So Debbie, thank you so much. We actually are not going to play it this evening, but there is a video compilation with many thank yous for you, including former superintendents and former and current colleagues that you will be seeing, and some family. And then today we presented Debbie with a plaque, and you see her husband and son there in the office. And Debbie has just been a rock through such turmoil and challenging times. And on a personal note, has always kept me steady, kept things moving so I could do meetings as efficiently and effectively as possible. Just, keeping me upbeat, checking in on me. And I really, really appreciate it. So Debbie, thank you so much for everything. I've really enjoyed the partnership and the friendship, and wishing you the best in retirement. And I'll leave it there.
Mr. Duffy, is the video actually ready? I know we're going long, but is it ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
Let's play it. 33 years, 7 minutes.
Sure.
Let's play
Sure.
the video.
I'm assuming, Mr. Jordan, you heard that. There we go.
Hey Debbie, I know you wanted to go away quietly, but we couldn't do that. We needed you to know how much we appreciate you. It has been a pleasure working with you all these years, especially this last 3 years in the superintendent's office. You've been a great mentor. I've learned a lot from you. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I'm going to miss our conversations and my venting partner. I want to wish you the very best in the next chapter of your life.
Hi,
Mom.
Grandma.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We're so proud of you and everything that you have given to West Contra Costa Unified School District.
Such a special time with you working at the middle school and high school I went to. Thanks for always being around. Also, thanks for being such a good influence for me and my boys.
We love you and we can't wait to spend more time with you in this next chapter. Congratulations.
Love you, Grandma.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations, Grandma.
Retirement. You're the best.
Retirement.
You're the best. You're the best. Wow.
30 years of service and dedication to the school district are coming to an end. Years of playing your role behind the scenes, accomplishing the goals and challenges in your quiet way. Touching the lives of students, parents, and coworkers with your positive can-do attitude. Never backing away from a challenging goal and always finding the best solution for everyone involved. Over the years, you have told me how much you enjoyed your position and wouldn't want to be doing anything else. And that passion came through, giving confidence and peace of mind to those you worked with in their knowing you would take care of all the little details in a timely manner. Your years of service and dedication have left a positive influence in the lives of so many, and the ripples will be felt for many years to come. I'm so grateful I'm the one to share the next chapter and new adventures with a person as unique and wonderful as you. May it be filled with joy and happiness as you continue to touch lives in new and exciting ways.
Hi, Debbie. Congratulations on your retirement. I wanted to thank you for all that you've done for the staff and students of the district, but I wanted to especially thank you for sharing your knowledge with me over the years. I've learned so much from you, and I truly appreciate you and your friendship. I will miss our chats and the laughter, but I know that you're going to thoroughly enjoy your retirement with Terry, your children, and your grandchildren. Take care. I love you.
Congratulations, Debbie Haney, on your upcoming retirement. I do want you to know that I was a little sad because I'm really going to miss you. I have really grown to just love everything about you, your warm smile, your professionalism, just the wealth of knowledge that you have about the district, and just always being there to support us, not only as the superintendent secretary, but also as the RASA secretary. Your attention to detail and just the history that you have it's just invaluable. But I do know that this is a time where you're going to be spending more time with your family, and I know that's something you enjoy, and probably also doing some things once the world opens up. But once again, you're going to be a hard act to follow, but we do appreciate everything that you've done for us and for the school district. So congratulations on your upcoming retirement, and know that you have an open invitation with us anytime in RASA as a retired member, or to just come and say hi. Congratulations again.
Hi, Debbie. I just want to say thank you for being part of the West Contra Costa Unified School District family for all of these years. I know I have personally appreciated working with you as a colleague and as a parent. Your support has been unwavering, your continued professionalism and integrity unparalleled. Now the fun starts. Happy retirement. You're going to love it.
Hey, Debbie. I'm just so delighted that you're retiring. You know, I just remember all the great times that we had together, particularly those nights after board meetings when we go out to the casino because it was the only place open. And I remember how much you loved to play those slots. And one night I was so thrilled because you won $42 and then you bought the next 3 rounds of drinks. But even more fun than that was when we used to leave the board meetings and head over to San Francisco to those clubs that stayed open late, and we'd go dancing. So seriously, Debbie, it's with deep appreciation that I send you this message. I can't imagine being able to survive 10 years in West Contra Costa without you. Everyone who contacted you would sing your praises. Consultants, city managers, anyone who was trying to get something done or to do something in West Contra Costa, they'd all let me know how wonderful it was to work with you. I'll take a big me too on that one as well. You always appeared so calm and together no matter what was going on. You greeted everyone who came in the office with a welcome that they appreciated. You have such patience, even with the most difficult people. Even when you're under tremendous stress, prepping a board agenda for posting or any number of regular stress-inducing activities, you were always totally calm. Most organized person and efficient person I've ever worked with. You got your work done and left the office on time. You could have had a career as an event planner because whatever needed doing or needed organizing, you could get it done. You were so resourceful in figuring out who to contact and how to get any aspect of the event under control. Most of all, I appreciate that you put up with me for 10 years. You didn't make many suggestions or share your advice very often. But when you did, it was always spot on. You analyzed the situations and figured out what would work. That's an incredible skill. So best wishes to you in your retirement, and you and Terry are always welcome to come visit.
Hi, Debbie. Happy retirement, and thank you for everything. I can't believe 5 years have passed so quickly. Well, except for the occasional late night board meeting. Thank you for everything, Debbie. You've just been an amazing partner to me. Thanks for putting up with me. Thanks for helping keep me organized. Thanks for being so professional all the time. Thanks for making sure everything got done in such a timely and eloquent and wonderful way. I'm really gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss our partnership, and so will the district. You've done nothing but good things for WCCUSD over all this time, and there'll be big shoes to fill. So good luck on retirement. Thank you so much for everything, and I know we will see each other soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was well worth watching. Dr. Harder was dancing. You were dancing.
Yep.
I wanted. We're gonna go to public comment, and we're gonna let folks. So please, if you have something to say, public, please raise your hand. Right now, we're at 5 folks. When we start public comment, whoever's the last person when we start. 9. Okay. All right, Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf, please start us.
All right. Joanna Pace.
Miss Haney, this is Joanna Pace, and now I'm speaking as a parent of a former student, and you will always be Miss Haney to me. Apparently, my daughter started kindergarten the year you started being executive secretary to the superintendents, and I remember when my first board meetings I ever attended, I was shocked by how wild it was, and the yelling and the craziness of the meeting. I was stunned. And I had some kind of question that I needed answered. I can't remember what it was, but I found out that you were the person to email. So it was the next day or two, I emailed you and I got an answer back like that. And it was completely exactly the information I needed. It was prompt, it was professional. And I was like, oh, well, maybe things aren't so crazy after all. And through the years, it was always like that. No matter how wild things were at night, if I had a quick question or something and I emailed you, you would always answer right back with exactly the information I needed. So bravo to you for all these years of being like the swan that glides across the pond while the legs are madly pedaling underneath. So thank you very much for your work and good luck. Enjoy retirement.
From our panel, Madeline Cronenberg.
Thank you very much. Debbie, I've known you since El Cerrito High, when I was a parent and you were the secretary. It's been a long and exciting journey. And you have been an absolute rock star in the world of being on support teams. And I would see what you would do and use it as an example the next day to the students I was teaching and how they needed to support others. I so want to thank you for everything you've done. And I want to welcome you to your promotion to the Grandma Brigade, because now you're a full-time grandma and you can get out there and be with the kids that you really love and who you deserve to be. I just wish you had told me about your trips to the casino with Bruce. Now I feel very left out. But I'll forgive you both. I'll forgive you both. And congratulations and best wishes on your future.
All right, moving back to the public comment, Don Gosney.
Thank you. You know, for the 15 years that I administered the Ivy League Connection Scholarship Program, Debbie was the one who helped make sure that whatever we needed from the district was taken care of. Debbie made sure that our scholarship students and their chaperones had their travel arrangements. Not an easy task. And when we ran into the kinds of problems that always pop up, I could count on Debbie to help find solutions to those problems. And for the numerous questions that I've had over the years about so many different issues, I always knew that I could call Debbie and that an answer would be forthcoming. Anyone who has to call the district offices and didn't know who to call for answers appreciates the help she gave us. Many of the people in senior management that know me and have worked with me will validate that I could be a real pain to work with. But Debbie never let that get in the way with how she worked with me. I always appreciated Debbie and worry who I can count on now to help me with when I call. Thank you, Debbie. You were appreciated. And you gotta love that smile because it's sincere. Thanks.
Our next one, Kristen Haney.
Okay, hi. Actually, this is her brother, Greg Haney. And I wanted to say thank you, Debbie, for all the hard work you put in for the district. I know that you've done them proud and you've done your family proud. I just wanted to say congratulations and carry on to the next step. Also wanted to thank you, the board members here, for recognizing my sister and recognizing the other individuals tonight for the jobs and the services they did for your district. I know my sister put in a long, hard, arduous service for the district, but she had a highly successful career. She always tried to maintain professionalism, and she did her utmost to do what was best for the district. Thank you.
Our next public speaker, Maesha Harris-Gash.
Miss Haney, we really don't know each other, but I've come into the office a handful of times. And I just wanted to say, you know, there's that saying about people might not remember what you do or what you say, but they will remember how you made them feel. And the handful of times that I've come into the office in over 10 years, you're warm, you're kind, you're friendly. It was just very welcoming. And I wanted to share that with you. I'm sure there are many, many other people, even if they've only met you once, that walked away feeling the same way. Congratulations on retirement, job well done. I don't know how young you are, but girl, do what you do. Them grandbabies that are waiting for you, they deserve all of your time. I love, love, love my grandparents. I'm blessed to have them late into my, I won't say how old I am, but they had such an impression on my life for a lifetime. And so I'm so happy for your family and especially your grandchildren that you guys will get to spend a whole lot more time together. So continued blessings to you, to your family, especially them grandbabies, and you do you unapologetically because you have earned it. Take care.
All right, our next public speaker, Jose De Leon.
All right. Well, good evening, Debbie. And in behalf of all the administrators in the district, I'd like to thank you for your professionalism, your attention to detail, and all the support you have brought us throughout the years. All I hear from other administrators is that you're the go-to person, you have the right information, and you have the greatest attitude when you work with them. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Soletta Hunter.
Hello, I'm so glad that Maesha called because now this doesn't seem so strange. Debbie, we've only conversated through email. We only met in person once today, but the impact that you had, like she said, the way you make people feel, it's that you got it, that you're handling it, and you have such a warm disposition. And I just want to say thank you so much. My early career before I went to education, I was worked as administrative assistant, and I wanted to be an executive administrative assistant more than anything, but I got out of it before. But I understand and remember how hard the work was and how sometimes you're not appreciated, but you are always there and always working when people don't see you. So I just want to say to you, thank you very much for your service to the district. I appreciate the time that I've had with you. Enjoy your life.
And our last public speaker, Will McGee, you got in.
Thank you. I apologize that I'm lighting up the talk box tonight, but I had to say something to Dr. Debbie Haney. I have to call her doctor after all these years. Debbie, I just remember how you assisted us when I was at Richmond High School with study trip paperwork. And then when I transitioned to Dejan Middle School, you were always an email or a call away. And now in this position, you have been very, very helpful. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of OASA and the Black students, families, and employees of the district. We appreciate you, and but you won't be going far. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Back to you, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to everyone who called in. Board, it's on you. Mr. Christian, kick us off.
All right. Thank you, President Phillips. I wanted to just go back 15 years ago. I met Debbie when I started working in the district at Elstree High School. And from then, I got to know Debbie throughout the years. And then also I want to say is that working in the community, I was the president of the neighborhood council. She will always reach out to the neighborhood councils in Richmond to invite them to the luncheon, the superintendent luncheon. And she will always reach out. And I appreciate it as a community member and even a district employee, but as a community member, I will always show up to the superintendent luncheon. And then, and just throughout the years, I got the chance to know Debbie, and she's real kind-hearted and she really cares. And then also, when I made my transition from a CSO home to the school board, she navigated me and helped me with the emails, all the information, to help me to make my home on the school board. And I appreciate that. And your work is going to be missed. But yeah, thank you. And we appreciate you. And may God bless you and continue to, you're going to be right here, just a phone call away. Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Haney. It has been a true honor to getting to know you over the years. I want to lift one thing that Mr. Duffy said, which was that you are a kind, compassionate, and dedicated leader. And that's how I've known you the last 6 years. I'm used to meeting with Mr. Duffy a couple times a month, and we'd go to his office, and he rarely ran late, almost every time. And Miss Haney would keep me company for that time, and you would always talk to me about how I was doing, what my life with my wife. You gave me date ideas. It was what I always found to be so comforting is that you always try to center me about the work, but then also what was important at home. And very few leaders do that in this work, where they try to connect with individuals in a personal level, and at the same time, they keep us centered on what's most important. So I just want to say thank you for that, because you always kept me centered at what was most important for me in this work, personally, and in the work at the time. And I really don't know what we're gonna do without you. It's been one of the things that has kept me up at night. And I have a lot of faith in Dr. Hurst, because it's like we're losing 2 superintendents at once. So I don't know how we're gonna do it. But I know that you're probably still going to help us out in the behind the scenes, and you're not gonna go away anytime soon. So I just want to say thank you for your time, because you have also truly changed lives. And there's so much that people don't know that you do on a daily basis. And you have always been there for so many people. So thank you. Thank you for your years. And I wish you the best in retirement, and that you enjoy it with your family.
Franklin?
So thank you. And I tried to get her to stay. For Dr. Hurst first year. I'm like, so what do I need to do to get you to stay? But that's not that's not who I am. How many times have I said I never hold people back? They need to go, they need to go. But thank you for everything, for holding us. If you need to know anything in the district, this is the person that you go to. The way that she's kept the board together, calm, professionalism. It's been a pleasure and a joy. And she leaves us with a great parting gift, which is all of her participation and her insights into who the next leader of the district should be. And her candid, forthright, honest feedback, was important, and she leaves us in good hands. And finally, when you're ready to write that tell-all book, please call me. I want to ghostwrite it with you, and we'll make the best out of this. And all the best to you in your next chapter.
Smith Falls?
I was just going to say that about the book. I was like, oh, I can't wait till she writes this book. So like, I will for sure be in line to get the book. We met 9 years ago. I came into the superintendent's office, and my husband and I had a problem at an elementary school, and I was in tears. I was in tears, and you came out of the office and you put your hand on me and you said, it's going to be okay. That's when I knew that you were the unseen hand at this district. That's when I knew that you were the one that actually had such a heart for the kids and for the parents. And you had a heart for this job. And I am so honored to be sitting right here 9 years later to be able to say thank you. Thank you for putting that hand on my shoulder and letting me know that it was going to be okay. Thank you for telling me that all you had to do is keep going. And thank you for ushering me in on the board. I don't cry on the board. Well, I cry like when we go on break because somebody's gotten on my nerves or something, but I don't really cry. I'm crying because you really impacted my life. And you really showed me that it's okay. And I'm able to navigate this thing called education on every level. And I have to tell you that it's a real honor to be able to say thank you and goodbye to you, and to have your brother call in, and to see your children, and to see your husband. It really makes me know that this is able to be done. You can still navigate this and have a family, and you can still stay up late night hours and still be able to raise really good, solid people. So I want to say again, all I can really say is thank you, and you will be highly, highly missed. Thanks.
Emiliano.
Miss Haney, I'd like to say thank you for all that you do. Getting those emails from you every single week, I see them and I'm like, dang, she really has her stuff together. And yeah, it's crazy to know you've been doing this for much longer than one term. I could barely keep it together, but you truly are an inspiration, and I'm very glad to have been able to work with you. And hope you have fun in your retirement. But thank you so much for everything you've done.
Leon.
Ms. Haney, I just want to start off by thanking you for sending all those emails out promptly and reaching out to me whenever there's an issue or if you need to schedule an appointment. And I know that every time I reply to your email, I can expect a response. So yeah, I just really want to thank you for your promptness. And also want to wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. And yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Mrs. Haney, I would like to say three things. So the first one is everyone keeps talking about this tell-all book. I have not been around for 30 years, but this is not my first term. So be careful, because if you write a book about crazy board members, I might actually make some of the chapters. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I want to say, though, and both of these things are extremely serious. I want to talk about something professional, and I want to talk about something personal. And I'm going to start with the something professional, because I think it really embodies for me how highly I regard you, and your knowledge, and your experience. I was in the Navy Reserve, but I was not old enough to serve in Vietnam. And one of the things that I learned about Vietnam is that there were young officers, and I was in the officer corps in the reserve, but that there were young officers, and they would be sent over to Vietnam, and they were in charge, right? But they didn't really know what they were doing, but they were in charge. And it was a very dangerous place. And if they wanted to make it, at least initially, they needed to listen. The young lieutenants, they needed to listen. They needed to listen to, crusty old sergeants or whatever whatever branch they were. They needed to listen, and I'm not calling you crusty or old, but they needed to listen. And so, you know more about school boards and superintendents than I know, or than I ever will know. And so, when we started this process, and this is the professional part that I want to talk about. So when we started this process to find a new superintendent, I went back to those stories that I remember, and that's where I work, right? I use a lot of analogies. So I went back to those stories that I remember about Vietnam. And I was like, okay, right, you may be, right, this young lieutenant, right? And you may be, in this position of authority. But the truth is, you don't really know what you're doing. You never hired a superintendent before. You don't even know what this process really is supposed to look like. And not only do you not know what this process is supposed to look like, you really don't know what you should be looking for. And so we spent, and God bless Leadership Associates, and I called people who I knew were prior superintendents or whatnot. I even called Dr. Harder to ask for advice. But one of the first people that I actually called was you, and asked you to sit in those interviews with us, and asked you to review those candidates with us, because you were that seasoned veteran, that seasoned, sergeant that was going to keep me and everybody else on the board out of trouble while we thought we knew what we were doing. And so I just want to say that is how much I respect your work. That is how much I value your opinion. And so that's what I want to say to you. That's the professional thing, that because everybody, like, people are saying these experiences that they've had with you, and I was just sitting and thinking, like, what really encompasses how I think of you professionally. And it's that one of the most important decisions that I will ever make as a school board member. The person that I wanted there actually was you. So, Mrs. Haney, thank you. And I want to say thank you to your husband, Terry, who I got to meet today. Thank you for sharing your wife with this district for all of these years. I know that this is hard work, and I know that it's work that sometimes comes home, and all of those different things. So I just want to say thank you professionally for sharing, and that sharing that you did, Terry, over all of these years, over these decades, it made a huge difference in the lives of many children. The second thing that I want to say, or I guess it's the third thing, because I said something about the book, but the third thing that I want to say, the personal thing, is that, and Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy alluded to this, and Trustee Smith-Folds alluded to this, and how you treat people. You have had a calming effect on me. And, before the pandemic, I would go to the district office and I would just sit down there on Fridays and talk to folks and work out at the district office. And I haven't really been doing that now because we're in the pandemic. But one of the things that I can say is that you have an insight and you have a way about people. And you say things at the right time and you encourage. And I think that is what you've done. You've encouraged and you've calmed me all at the same time. And in many ways, and I was thinking about this, you're very motherly. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I mean, you are very motherly, and you take younger people and you make them yours. And you made me yours. It sounds like you made Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy yours. You made Trustee Smith-Folds yours. So just like I wanted to thank Terry for sharing you with the district, Ray, I want to thank you for sharing your mom with us, because she has been there over and over, even when she didn't know that that's what she was doing. So thank you for sharing your mom, because in some ways she's been a mom to all of us at one time or another. So Mrs. Haney, I appreciate you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And anything that you want to say, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you all. I'm kind of speechless here. I recall meeting so many of you and so many people that I've come across in all the years of the various places I've worked throughout the district. My very first job was in purchasing, spending the Walter Marks money. And then I moved on and, I had worked at De Anza and Pinole Middle School and Adams Junior High and finally El Cerrito High. And I can remember exactly where I met Antoinette Henry Evans. I can remember Miss Smith-Folds when you and your husband came into the office. I can meet Demetria and all the conversations we had. So many people I remember, and I'm just so blessed to have that history. The video that you made is so sweet, and I thank you so much. It was a great honor to be able to share my family with you and show you what I'm looking forward to and spending time with family. And I have to say, Ruben, we have to talk about dancing. My husband and I are ballroom dancers, so we have to talk and share notes. So I just want to thank you for your kindness, your words of gratitude and all for me. I thank you so much. I can't express it all, and I'll be sending notes to everyone. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Board, we are going to move on to the next item. I got a note that Scotty Smith's hand was raised for public comment for Mrs. Haney. So Mrs. Smith, when we do get to general public comment, that's where we're going next. If you want to use your comment or make a comment for Mrs. Haney, just do it there. I'm going to still let you do it, okay? But anyone who wants to raise their hand, please raise your hand for general public comment. That's where we're going next. Okay, so we got 12 folks going once, going twice, 3 times. It is gone. We got 15 folks.
Right, here we go. First one, Joseph Glatzer.
Okay, sorry. Joseph Glatzer, 7th grade history teacher at Hercules Middle, currently running a hub with Miss Kalanico and our 14 wonderful students, and I love what I do. 729 people signed the UTR petition about how unfairly board meetings have been run this year. That's 729 educators, students, parents, and community members fed up with waiting 5 to 6 hours to speak during board meetings, the elimination of standing reports, and putting high interest items at the end instead of beginning of meetings. Please, board members, make motions to change the order of the meeting agenda and extend public comment. The people have spoken. Be brave and make the change. I currently have 2 classes with 39 students with over 170 in total. That's not normal. Smaller classes would allow me to meet with students for individual goal setting, do more hands-on projects, and offer more one-on-one attention, especially for English learners and special ed students. Our class sizes and special ed caseloads are some of the highest in the Bay Area. Our secondary class size is 39 compared to 32 in Oakland. Our upper elementary class size is 33 compared to 26 in Berkeley, an absolute disgrace. Are these overflowing class sizes part of our district's commitment to race and equity work? Our counselor caseloads are 700 to 1, but the professionally recommended caseload is 250 to 1. None of our elementary or K-8 schools even have a counselor at all. Please support lowering class size, counselor caseloads, and improving our board meetings. We have the money. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker, Christina Baronian.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Christina Baronian. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Lincoln and a Richmond resident. First, a real quick welcome to Dr. Hurst, yay. So I have 33 4th graders. Yes, you heard that right. So for those of you that have never worked as a classroom teacher, I want you to imagine not only teaching, managing, exciting, developing relationships with, challenging, etc., 10-year-olds, but 33 of them all at once with no other adult. Yes, we're amazing. Okay, really quick. Sorry, I'm already talking too much. We've learned a lot this year about using the power of our voice to be change makers. We spent a lot of time in Latinx Heritage Month learning about amazing Latinx countries and cultures that are all present within our classroom. For Black History Month, we spent all of February reading tons of books, watching videos, and having deep, open, powerful discussions, not only about the incredible Black leaders and change makers of the past, but also those of the present. Oh my God, I'm not gonna run out of time. I wanna share with you basically what my 4th graders said. They know how the power of their voice is so powerful, and they've seen me on Thursday mornings after these late night Wednesdays, and they know I'm here to represent them. So, smaller class size to my kids, my 4th graders. This is what they had to say. More time with my teacher, more space in my classroom because it gets too hot and crowded, more time developing relationships with my friends, more time so I can participate more. Sorry, smaller class size, not more time. Oh, I ran out of time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is last four numbers 5344.
Hello, can the WCC board hear me?
They can.
Okay, fabulous. I don't know how much time I have, so I will speak and then please cut me off when my time is up.
Okay.
Hello. Hello, my name is Miss Dill. I have been in the district close to 18 years as a long-time lifelong learner and devoted educator to 7 through 12. I'm here to speak tonight. First, to second everything that Mr. Joseph Glasser said. I believe it is a shame and a travesty that public open comment is at the end of each board meeting close to 10 o'clock at night, especially when teachers who advocate for students would like to speak. They are community members as well, and they are held to the last minute. Secondly, I'm calling on the WCC board to acknowledge the fact that real justice and real equity is represented in smaller class sizes. 1 to 40 is not equity. Counselors who are given 700 students per year to manage and help get into college and write recommendations and get counseling services, that is not equity. Equity would be 250, which is still a lot, to 1 counselor per
Okay,
year.
that's going to be the time. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is also a phone number, 5820 are the last 4 numbers, 5820.
Hello, good evening. Debbie, I wanted to take time. This is Scotty Smith. I wanted to take time to say to you that I have appreciated you for all you have done for the students and community and parents. You have always displayed a sense of equity to all and great support. You have done a wonderful job in this district, and you have shown what professionalism and commitment is in the best and the worst of times. So I just like to say, I will see you around. I have enjoyed walking into that office on a cold day and wanting a cup of coffee, and you have gone above and beyond and actually provided that for me. I thank you, and I will appreciate you always.
Our next public speaker, Gabrielle Micheletti. Gabrielle Micheletti.
Gabrielle Micheletti, first grade teacher at Verde Elementary. I want to welcome new Superintendent Dr. Hurst. I'm so excited to see the direction this district goes after reading your plan for the first part of your tenure. I also wanted to speak to you this evening regarding an issue near and dear to my heart, which is class size. Keeping class sizes manageable supports student achievement at every level. I'm hoping that class maximums of at most 23 in elementary school, 30 in middle, and 35 in high school can be established. Students deserve to be in classrooms where their teacher is able to give them more individualized attention. Class size directly impacts that ability. Now, of course, I know I can't have a full-time class of 10 students, but having participated in the spring reopening and working with 10 students, I see how much more attention I am able to give each child. It feels completely manageable, even working with students with high academic need who are at 10 different levels. Smaller class sizes also helps me more closely monitor student performance. In first grade, assessment of early reading skills and alphabetic recognition is a time-intensive process, about half an hour per student. Cutting my class by even 2 students saves me an hour every time I do those assessments, and that can be reinvested back into the students. After such a challenging year, students are soaking up attention like sponges. They've been missing that in-person connection with their teachers. Again, having a smaller class size allows me to more fully meet each child's need of recognition. I hope we can set those maximums of 23, 30, and 35. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jeffrey Bean.
Good evening, board, Dr. Hurst, Mr. Duffy. Thank you for taking the time to hear me tonight. I have been a teacher in the district for almost 7 years. The last 6 years I've spent at Shannon Elementary teaching upper grade. In the 2015-16 school year, I taught a class of 33 sixth graders. This year, I teach a class of 33 fourth graders. There have been ups and downs in between, but it stayed at high numbers. When I begin a school year, in a normal year, I go outside behind our school and I notice two things. Number one, my students are very small. Being used to end of year fourth graders, I am surprised at how small beginning of year fourth graders are. The second thing I notice is that there are a lot of them. 33, imagine 17 9-year-olds and then 16 more 9-year-olds. That's a lot of 9-year-olds. Please take a time to put class size on the agenda as a discussion topic for the board. It is a bargaining topic, but it's also something to do with what's best for students, and it should be discussed outside of the bargaining context. Thank you for your time.
Our next public speaker, Carrie Shulman.
Hello. As a parent of a kindergartner and second grader in the district and a member of the West Contra Costa Safe Open Schools group, I'd like to welcome Dr. Hurst to our district. Unfortunately, the partial reopening this spring did not have room for my second grader, but I promised him that he would finally be allowed back in the classroom next fall. I look forward to Dr. Hurst leading our district and ensuring that all children will have the opportunity to participate in 100% in-person learning next fall. If, after you've made absolutely certain that everyone is able to participate in 100% in-person learning, smaller class sizes and better mental health supports would be really great too. But above all else, please make sure that everyone is able to participate in 100% in-person learning this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Ethan Sorsher. You may unmute.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Ethan Sorsher and I teach 5th grade at Montalvan. We've heard tonight about our leaders' dedication to our community, appreciation for our staff, and visionary leadership. Whether you're on the board, in the office, in the home, or in the classroom, we all want what's best for our children. So trustees, Superintendent Duffy, and Superintendent Hurst, as we continue to negotiate our collective bargaining agreements, as a teacher and as a parent, I ask that you consider, if it was your child in our schools, how many students would you want in their classroom? What fraction of their teachers and their service providers' time, energy, and attention would they deserve? Smaller class sizes and smaller caseloads lead to better educational outcomes. Please advocate for our students and our children by reducing class sizes and caseloads so that we can continue to grow generations of leaders like Mr. Leung and Ms. Emiliano. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Tom Panis.
Good evening, President Phillips, member of the board and district staff. My name's Tom Panis, and I'd like to comment on the May 10 Academic Committee meeting. At that meeting, Dr. Rogers-Ard led a very informative conversation on the work that she and Dr. Knaus, along with Millie Burns and the rest of the Equity Strategic Initiative team, have been doing since December on centering anti-racist authenticity. Near the end of the presentation, Dr. Rogers-Ard went through a list of 6 recommendations for WCCUSD to take, all of which urgently need to be implemented. I have to confess that I was stunned, literally stunned, when neither of the board members on the academic committee suggested we take action on any of these, in particular the most important one, which was issue a formal, clearly articulated public commitment to WCCUSD as an actively anti-racist organization. I am hoping that others on the board will show more interest in moving these recommendations forward than what I saw at the academic committee. We are doomed to continue failing our kids of color if we don't act on these recommendations. Thank you for your time this evening.
Our next speaker, Maesha Harris Yash.
Dr. Hurst, welcome. I pray for your success. I'm invested in your success. As a very proud graduate of Kennedy High School, I want you to know that we're your highest needs high school. I am hopeful, along with my colleagues, community members, and alumni, that you'll lead this district in repairing, rebuilding, and restoring what it has stolen and neglected for decades. Kennedy High School students have deserved so much better from their district. Stop treating our students like they're the not-so-like stepchildren of the family. I know you're only on day 3, and of course, you deserve time to see, observe, process, and plan our path forward. Lastly, some will say that our students are the roses that grow from concrete. They struggle, they fight, they persevere, and they flourish. Don't all of you believe it's well past time that our roses have an equitable journey to their flourishing? And since I have a little bit more time, it's great to see a Black man at the top. I love the suit and tie. You are always welcome to come to Kennedy, to my classroom. I don't need 24-hour notice or anything like that. I would love for my students to meet you, to ask you questions, to inquire, because as all of us know, if young people see it, then they can believe it can happen. So once again, welcome and continued blessings to you and your family as you guys join our community.
Eric Swabeck.
Hello, my name is Eric Swabeck. I've been a teacher in the district for 23 years, all at Lake Elementary. I just wanted to add my voice to the, I am one of the 729 people who signed the petition that was mentioned earlier. I really do think that it's important to have a democratic process when we're talking about a school board and running a school district. Having a public comment that happens after 10 p.m. discourages that. Removing the standing committee reports takes away the voice of our labor unions. That is undemocratic. So I support the petition. I would also like to talk about class size. You know, people have said a lot of things, and I think it's really important that we prioritize it. I'm just going to say that when I think about it, I believe one of the main reasons children in our schools, in our current school system, fail is lack of engagement. With smaller class sizes, I can do more hands-on activities, particularly in art and science. I know these real-life experiences make school interesting for kids and give them authentic reasons to write, read, and do math. I know that my students will be more engaged when they are doing what they are doing is relevant and has real-world application. I am convinced that these experiences are even more important for EL, SPED, and children of low socioeconomic status. These rich experiences are not often possible to manage with the class sizes I currently have.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sato Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sato Wilson, educator at Richmond High School, officer and executive board member of United Teacher of Richmond, and president of the Black Educators Network, also known as BEN. First of all, I applaud the student trustees for their time, participation, and most of all, their voices. I wish you all the best moving forward. Class sizes in special education caseloads in WCCUSD are some of the highest in the county and surrounding counties. Secondary class size in WCCUSD is 39 students compared to 32 in Oakland. Upper elementary class size is 33 compared to 26 in Berkeley. In the fall of 2018, pre-pandemic, I had a challenge arranging 43 secondary students in a room that fits 25 comfortably, in a room with poor ventilation, no windows. Counselor caseloads in WCCUSD are 700 to 1. But the professionally recommended caseload is 250 to 1. None of our elementary schools or K-8 schools have a counselor. Also, the school board needs to increase transparency and community input by collaborating with students, parents, staff, labor groups, and community groups. Community participation is the key to running our schools. It is very clear that public comment can be extended. However, that decision is managed in a way that doesn't reflect equity of the community. Also, educators, parents, and parents who are educators may not have the time within their schedule to speak on high-ticket items that are placed later in the agenda that affect them and most of all their kids. There is the old saying of 99 and a half won't do. Neither will 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Marissa Glidden. You may unmute.
Hello, school board trustees, Dr. Hurst and Mr. Duffy. My name is Marissa Glidden. I'm a third grade teacher on full-time release, serving as president of United Teachers of Richmond. I'm here tonight to share the petition signed by 731 students, parents, and community members for more transparency and community input at school board meetings. Community participation is key to supporting our schools and students. Tonight, on behalf of the community, I'm urging school board members to collaborate with students, educators, unions, community members when making and discussing plans that impact schools. I've also emailed you the petition so you can look at it further. I'm also here to urge you to put students at the center of our district. We are all here because we care deeply about students. Our students deserve to thrive, and that means smaller class sizes and more counselors so our students receive the individual support and attention they need. Right now, we have 27 kids in kindergarten classes, 33 students in upper elementary, 39 students in secondary, 55 students in PE. Our counselors have a caseload of 700 students, and none of our elementary school students have a counselor. We can't just say that we care about students. We need to show it. And that means spending money directly in the classroom, directly on our students. Last year, educators voted to increase our own class sizes to save our coworkers' jobs. Now that our schools have increased money, it's time that we give our students the lower class sizes and counselors that they deserve. Thank you.
President Phillips, that is 20 minutes of public comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold. Board, we're going to go on to the next item, which is our consent calendar. We've already discussed the consent calendar, so I'm asking for a motion to pass, and I just want to be clear what we're passing. The consent calendar minus C3, C6, and C8. Can I have a motion for that, please?
So moved, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. This is the consent calendar, so we're not doing discussion. On to the vote. Mr. Christian, you're first.
Kristen, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. So board, the next item is D, and what I want to do is I would like to let the students, because it's 9:34, right? So I would like to let the students do their report. And then after the students do their report, I would like us to move into the action items. And Mr. Duffy has a superintendent's report, which is his final report. So I want him to be able to do that as well. But he did send me a note that it's already, he doesn't mind us moving to action. So we'll loop him in, but I do want us to be able to get through some of these action items before tomorrow, because it's 9:35. So board, I know that you have reports ready to go, but if you don't mind holding off on those and let the students do their report and then move to action items. So which would have caught the students off guard. Students, can you pull up your report?
Yes, I'll share my screen right now. Are you guys able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, oops. I meant to click the present button. Okay, cool. So here is Navi and I's student trustee updates for May 19th, 2021. So the two things we want to discuss, or we have to talk about, is the elections of the new student trustees and our closing remarks.
So this is a brief kind of timeline, revised timeline of our election of new student trustees. Our application will close on May 27th, which is next Thursday, and the elections will be at the All Student Congress meeting. that Friday, so May 28th. And that will be when the students are elected, and they'll be voted by their peers at the All-Student Congress. The week after that, Thomas and I will be having a meeting with the new student trustees on June 4th, which is the Friday. And we're going to talk to them a little bit about our experiences, as well as hand them a handbook, which Thomas and I are putting together, which outlines the roles and responsibilities of student trustees, as well as gives them a few resources to use during their term.
Okay, and then moving on, we just have a few closing remarks we want to say. So we'd like to thank everyone, including the Board of Education and our community, for giving us this opportunity to participate on the board. This is an unforgettable experience and has allowed both of us to grow as students and leaders in our community. So once again, I'd like to thank all the trustees, all the community members, staff, teachers, and everyone who's helped me and Navi along in our journey. So thank you. Navi, do you have anything else to add?
I had a whole 3-paragraph thing to say, but I'll cut it down because we're running a little short on time. But I would just like to say that it's been such an honor to represent the students in the district where I've grown up, especially during this pandemic. So since this is probably one of the last times I'll speak on this board for a little bit, I'd really like to emphasize the importance of student voice in the district. The majority of the decisions made on this board directly affect the students, and we need input not only from the staff and administration and teachers, but also from the communities, the families, and the students that we serve. But student input can't be collected overnight. This will be a part of the handbook that Thomas and I are putting together, but I'd like to voice that there needs to be an efficient system to gain input from students, because our students are the primary stakeholders and we need to do right by them with them. So finally, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Education, everyone here, everyone on the Zoom. Thank you to Mr. Duffy, Mr. Merriweather, the community, and the students for being a part of and allowing me to have this unforgettable opportunity and experience. I'll forever cherish these experiences and all that I've learned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, that concludes our presentation. We just want to, again, say thank you to everyone who's helped us out along in our journey. And this has been an unforgettable experience.
Thank you so much, you all. Trustees, since we're doing this item separately, do you have any questions? Okay. Do we have any public comment? Okay, one hand.
One hand just went up.
Okay, let her rip.
Okay, Justin Trujillo.
Hello, my name is Justin Trujillo, and this is actually not about the, well, thank you for that presentation. Like, it was a pretty good presentation from the student trustees, and thank you guys for serving on this board. But I would like to actually echo what was said earlier by some teachers, and actually had in the past, Mr. Gladstone.
So, sorry, but this is public comment on this item. So there is no public comment, President Phillips.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to board. Is there any comments that you have on this item? Okay, so seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Emiliano again, and Mr. Leon, not just for this presentation, but for all of them, and for your work. Board, we're gonna go to item E1, which is appoint a committee to consider renaming Warren Presby Middle School. Mr. Duffy, this item should not take a whole lot of time, but it's on you.
Great. Well, I'll quickly bring in Principal Fleischman, and I think he has a student potentially with him. We thank the students for waiting really patiently this late into the evening. Thank you so much, students. So for the interest of time, just want to turn it over quickly to Mr. Fleischman. If Mr. Jordan has anything to add, we'll do that.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy, Superintendent Dr. Hurst, and board members. I do want to introduce very talented, really, really bright, and someone, Mr. Phillips, you spoke earlier about at the beginning of the meeting about kind of the vision and the mission of our district and the young people that we want to be empowering. And Anaya Zanad is an 8th grader at our school who embodies literally every single thing that you said earlier this evening, and all the things that I have observed of our current student trustees. Anaya embodies all of those things. Really talented, and really appreciate her and her support throughout this process. We do have a presentation, some slides to go through. I will be as brief as I can because Anaya is for sure the star of the show tonight. So we are inquiring what's in a name. It's the kind of catchphrase that came up early in this process when we started to look at the name of our school, Juan Crespi Middle School. This conversation really was born out of the work that we have done around racial equity in our district. Brief timeline, it's a conversation, like I said, that started really last summer and then into the fall. And we brought it to our students. Sorry, the slides are moving. So in October, we actually, as a staff, we looked at a poem called Imagine the Angels of Bread by Martina Espada. And that poem basically talks about how any real change starts with a vision, with an imagining of things being different than what they currently are. It's really brilliant. You should look it up if you get a chance. So we looked at that, and then we just started talking about what would, if we could just imagine what our school would be and what would be different, let's start with imagining. And one of the things that came out of that conversation was, looking at changing the name of the school. For those that are not aware, Juan Crespi came to this area of the world from Europe during the time of conquest of Native people. As we know, we are on Ohlone land in our district, and in really most of the East Bay. And we really felt that that was not a name that we necessarily wanted to be attached to anymore. And at the very least, we wanted to investigate and interrogate whether or not it was the right name for our community. The history department throughout November began developing lessons and a research project for all students. During December, I had meetings with not only our teachers and some students, but also with our APAC and our parents club, and talked to them about this possibility. Both parent bodies were unanimously in favor of going through this process. In January, since January, I've been in communication with an elder named Karina Gould, who is Gould from the Confederate villages of Lisjan and the Ohlone Tribal Council regarding the project, and have had her blessing and support throughout the process. And actually, she's pledged some support to our school and district going forward with regard to the way in which we teach or don't teach Ohlone history and how we need to do that better. And then in January, students began the unit on the California mission system with the folks focusing on Juan Crespi with the What's in a Name project, which a number of you came on February 4th to our community event and saw the really fantastic work that many of the students put forth, including Anaya and another group, a number of other students. We sent out a Google form because there was such strong encouragement. I have yet to have really a significant pushback on this project. Every educator, every parent, every community group, everyone I've spoken with has felt like this is really a necessary conversation, particularly in this time in this year. In March, I began working with a committee representing 5 stakeholder groups, being students, parents, certificated staff, classified staff, and administrators. And so there was a committee that we put together representing those 5 stakeholder groups and began looking at some of the suggestions that came in from the Google form. We put together a vision board. We talked about kind of the criteria that we wanted to focus on for what would be an appropriate name for our school. Throughout April and May, I've been in touch with the family of Betty Reed Soskin, and I've been in touch with Karina Gould, who I mentioned earlier. After we we narrowed all the way down based on the criteria that committee had set to two name options. One is Betty Reed Soskin Middle School, and one is Chochenyo Middle School. We had our last committee meeting earlier this month, and now we come before you, board, to ask for your blessing in moving this process forward. Great deal, like I said, great deal of student voice involved. I'm going to now bring in, I believe it is time for, again, the start of the show. Anaya is going to present both her work and some other students' work, as well as an anonymous letter, and kind of just talk about the process from her perspective.
So hello, my name is Anaya Zanai. I'm in 8th grade, and I'm here to talk about the process and the experience of what's in a name of Juan Crespi. So every student at Juan Crespi Middle School studied the man named Juan Crespi. Every student 7th through 8 had to do a project about Juan Crespi. It was either a video, a slideshow, or a letter. The project wasn't very hard. We had lessons every week. Lessons were instructed and well thought out. Many students learned a lot of bad things about Juan Crespi. Some background information on Juan Crespi is that he was associated with the mission system. The mission system was horrible for a lot of people, especially people of color. There was a lot of abuse, and he really didn't care about the kids unless he got what he wanted, which was Christianity. Therefore, he was selfish and probably didn't even know what was actually going on in the missions. He wanted everybody to learn Christianity, which meant denying other cultural practices. A lot of kids that go to Juan Crespi now, especially people of color, including me, are disgusted and disappointed that our school was named after somebody that didn't care for children. As I said before, especially people of color. It makes me disappointed that when the school was named, there was no background information collected. If there was, it's even more disappointing and irritating that you can let a man who didn't care for children be the name of our school that we go to pursue our academics. The process of learning about the man named Juan Crespi was not what I expected or what anybody expected in general. I thought our school was named after somebody hardworking, kind, and caring, but then I realized our school name isn't named after somebody that's hardworking, kind, and caring. It makes me angry that we didn't even know what our school name meant, and we use it daily, every day. This means that we are not putting time and effort into looking at the little things. We may be in 8th grade, but some of us actually do care. Others may not care for our school name because it's just a name, but I do, and others do too, because he treated natives and people of color horribly. This also relates to me directly because I believe that somebody has to step up and do something, do what's right. And if that person has to be me, then so be it. I'll be the one. So these past couple of months, I've been researching and taking notes about Juan Crespi. After 2 weeks of learning about Juan Crespi, everybody in Miss Barton's advanced class and regular class filled out a form, 168 responses in total. 20.8%, which is 35 people, said that the school should be named after Juan Crespi. 19.6%, which is 33 people, said that the school should be named after Juan Crespi, but students will have to learn about who he was and what the mission system was. 23.2%, which is 39 people, said that they were not sure. Lastly, 44.6%, which is 75 students in Miss Barton's class, said that the school should not be named after him. Many students, including me, have been paying attention to the little details in the bigger picture, which is changing our school name. Furthermore, here's my presentation. I chose a video, as you can see. Hello everybody, my name is Anaya Monique Zanad. I go to Crespi Middle School, and I'm going to be talking about how we need to change our school name. So let's get to it. Juan Crespi was not a great person. He is associated with the mission system. The mission for a lot of people, especially natives. There was a lot of abuse, and he really didn't care about the kids unless he got what he wanted. What I mean by that is he wanted everybody to learn Christianity, which also meant denying native cultural practices. I think we should not keep our school name because Juan Crespi is not a great role model for us kids. One reason we should change our school name is that Juan Crespi built the foundation for the missions. In these missions, they took kids from their parents, and there was a lot of physical and cultural abuse. It was not great for a lot of native people, and they couldn't be Children had to basically be a different person when they were in the missions. Unless you want us to be a different person in school, then we need to change our name. Another reason we should change our school name is Juan Crespi was a selfish man. He didn't care about the kids unless he got what he wanted, which was Christianity. This is telling me that you don't really care about us. Furthermore, please consider changing the name for our school. If you decide to change the name, I'll be happy to help finding a name. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Bye! As you can see, that was me, and I'll be talking about the naming committee after I read Angel Orella, grade 7.
Hi, my name is Angel Oriana. I'm in 7th grade and this is my project. Hi, my name is Angel.
So the statement of the problem. Our essential question, should we change the name of Juan Crespi Middle School? My answer, yes, because missions are also symbols of oppression, slavery, and forcing people to forget their beliefs in favor of beliefs of others. While the Crespi name is too closely associated with missions and their troubled history, the name is not representative of our diversity. Background. Juan Crespi was a Spanish priest and a missionary under orders from Juniper Serra. Between 1769 and 1823, Franciscan missionaries built 21 missions in California from San Diego to San Francisco. This was the Catholic Church way of converting the Native Americans to Catholicism and take away their beliefs. The missions were built on the backs of Indian slaves who endured sickness and punishment. Their identities and lifestyles were taken away from them. The California missions, which stretched from San Diego to Santa Maria, had a significant impact on Native Californians. The mission era influenced culture, religion, architecture, art, language, and economy in the religion. But the missions also impacted California Indian cultures in negative ways. Europeans forced the natives to change the civilization to match the modern world. In the process, local traditions, cultures, and customs were lost. Reason number 1. One reason we should not keep the name Juan Crespi is because of the association with genocide, violence, and intolerance. Indians were forced to convert to Catholicism. Forcing someone to do something is not right. In the US, this is coercion and it is illegal. Coercion is like being a bully, as an example. Reason number 2. Another reason we should not keep the name Juan Crespi is that it may be offensive to our Native American students. We have a culture of being inclusive no matter what race, religion, or disability/ability. The name does not match our school's profile and culture. Reason number 3. The final reason we should not keep the name Juan Crespi is that a school's name is more than just a sign above the door. It's an expression of what the school stands for. Do we want to be known for violence and intolerance? Conclusion. Thank you for your support. After reading these slides, I ask that you, my readers, share my slides with your family and friends and post one on your social media page. Raise awareness for tolerance and inclusion. Your support will have a positive impact because we will be able to pick a school name that will represent all of us.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. It was fantastic. Board, are there any questions? I'm looking, scrolling through you guys. I didn't see, okay, I see Smith Folds, Reckler. Okay, so we'll just start with the beginning. Christian, you had any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Gonzalez Hoy, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Just want to say thank you to Anaya and Mr. Flashman.
Okay. Reckler, do you have any questions?
I do. I have a couple. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Nod for your incredible presentation. We have a spot for you when Ms. Emiliano vacates. You jump in. So my questions are, I think the first one is from Mr. Duffy and the second one may be for Dr. Wolt. Is there anywhere in the process where the students meet with a historian, either local or, I don't know, Rosie the Riveter? I mean, just trying to think, national parks, that kind of engagement in the process when deciding on names.
Well, really the school is leading that process. So we haven't formalized something as the district that says, students will do X, Y, Z, but I'm sure that if something like that can be set up or is desired, or maybe I know they've done some of that through their classes. I'm sure that could be established.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have on budget, what the $10,000 covers?
That covers all the name changing that we would have to do at the site to, painting, signage, those types of things to actually convert everything that says Crespi to whatever the chosen name is.
Okay, that's exactly what I was getting at. And so does that come out of bond funds or does it come out of general fund? Maintenance?
I believe it would come out of general funds. Yes.
It does. Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Oh,
Well, I have two questions. My first question is, were you finished with your presentation? Because I saw one more slide. Were you going to do that other slide or not?
Yeah, we were.
Okay, because I wanted to hear that about the anonymous testimonial and all that. So that was my one question. I would love to see the rest of that slide. My second question, Anaya, it just slipped out of my mind. It's, past 10 o'clock, my mind goes a little bit lost. I can't remember what I was going to ask you after that, but thank you. I want to finish looking at the slides at some point, but I really appreciate, oh, I know what the question was. See, it came back. What do you need from us? How can we help you? The students at Crespi. I think that's my question. How can we help?
Just let us experience this and just give us feedback and what we need to do to change.
Perfect. That's a great answer. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Miss Emiliano.
To Anaya, I'd just like to say, this is my last board meeting. If you want, it's all you after this. That was an amazing presentation. And that's pretty much all I have to say. It was a really great presentation. All my questions are answered. So thank you very much.
Mr. Leon?
I don't have any comments. I mean, questions. I have some comments though, but should I wait, President Phillips?
Please.
All right.
I don't have any questions. This is not going to be a tough one for so it shouldn't be. Public comment, there's one hand up. And remember, public comment is on this. There's 3 now. Public comment is on this item. 4. Please start public comment, Dr. Wolf.
Okay, first one, Scotty Smith. Scotty? So I think she moved to the phone, so I'm going to switch over to that one there. I think 5820 is also Scotty. Ms. Smith? Nope, we're having a little trouble, so we'll come back to her at the end. Let's try Yolanda Vieira Allen.
Good evening, trustees, superintendents. Thank you so much for your service and all that you have done for our students. I am a parent of 2 Crespi Middle School students, both of whom are in support of this name change. Just speaking with my daughter about it, she said, Mom, when I learned that he was forcing people to change their religion and making them deny their culture. That was it for me. I don't want my school named for somebody who would treat other people that way. We are in the business of educating young minds. We are trying to decolonize our thinking, decolonize the way we do business, decolonize the way we present ourselves to the world. This is an important first step. Who we call ourselves is a big part of who we are and how we show up in the world. So please support this name change. I'm especially excited about the things that the front runners in this, and I'm looking forward to that process being engaged by the district, and appreciate all the work that Mr. Fleshman and Anaya, Alina and I are sitting here clapping for you. That was awesome. Good job. Way to show up, way to represent. Thank you so much for all your hard work and your dedication to education. Thank you.
All right, our next one is Maesha Harris-Yash.
And y'all, I surely thought the last time I spoke was going to be the last time that I spoke. But then when I was getting ready to log off and I'm hearing about young people about to make a presentation, I was like, pause. So, young scholar, Miss Anaya, and you and all of your classmates, you guys did the thing. To Mr. Fleischman, great leadership and encouraging, and also to your staff, because it couldn't happen without the entire staff coming together. And so, young lady, to your classmates, please spread the word that Miss Gash over at Kennedy High School was like, y'all did the thing. I had to watch myself. Y'all did the thing. So congratulations. I'll be looking forward to seeing what comes next. And what a great way, at least for me, to end this night. So blessings to everybody.
All right, our next one, Lorraine Humes.
Good evening, and I was very impressed. I have to apologize. I was looking at a tablet. My volume wasn't high, but from what I could listen to, it was very, very good presentations. My only question is, it seems all one-sided on the missions. Did Mr. Fleischman and did you look at the other side? You know, they may not have been all bad, and I just want to make sure you had both sides of the opinions before you make your decision. Secondly, I don't know much about the people that you chose. There were 2 names there, and I'd like to learn more about those people that you want to name your school after. And thirdly, is it going to be school policy to have all the students rename their schools? Or is there any other feedback in here, or who makes the final decision? I mean, we've had Michelle Obama, now we're having Juan Crispy. Is every school going to change? That's all.
Our next public speaker is N. Ramirez. You may unmute.
Actually, Lorraine Humes was the last speaker, but if you're going to try to go back to Scotty Smith because you missed her, go ahead. But Lorraine Humes was last.
Okay, let's try Scotty at the 5820. Let's try that again.
Hello, first I'd like to, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I'm having a hard time getting in here tonight. But first, thank you to the students. And I too would love to see that last slide that you had. I'm really happy to hear about the instruction that went on in this process from the school, and that we have students like you and others who really thought about your school and what it meant in terms of a name. That is very important. I think every school in this district should talk about what the name of the school is and what it means and who the people are that we name these schools after. But Crespi being a school in my neighborhood, I thank you and good luck, because I support you wanting to change your name. Thank you.
That will do public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, I want to give a little context for this item before we move into it. What we're doing this evening is we are appointing a ad hoc committee for the renaming of this school. That's the same process that we did for Obama. I would like, and I believe he would like this as well, for Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy to be the chair of this ad hoc committee, because this is in his ward. But we would need, this is a two-person committee, so we would need someone
I
else.
volunteer.
Okay, all right, there we go. That's the context that's laid. So can I have a motion and we could talk about how it works offline, but can I have a motion to appoint Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and Mrs. Smith-Folds to the ad hoc committee with Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy to be the chair?
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Board, we don't have a lot of time, but we do got a lot of work to do. So does anyone have any discussion? Okay, I see. Okay, we do. All right. I'm going to start in order. Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Basically, for this, to see it happen. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. I'll be quick. Thank you, Anaya and Mr. Flashman. I look forward to working with you. Thank you to the rest of the board appointing me. I'm really excited to learn from you all in the Crespi community about how we can make this happen. I am in full support, and I look forward to doing this work with Trustee Smith-Folds if the motion passes. Thank you.
Reckler.
Thank you. I only have 2 sentences, and that is that I think there are some really great, rich local resources that aren't only in books. There are people, there's historians. I mean, I think this could add a whole new dimension to the work that you're doing, and I hope that you look out and tap those.
And Smith-Folds.
I could not get my hand up fast enough. I have to tell you that I was going to be so salty if I was not able to get my hand up and volunteer for this. I am so super excited if it passes to be on this ad hoc committee. I cannot wait to ensure that your voice is centered in this decision-making process, your voice and your classmates' voice and the community's voice, because it is so important. You hit the nail right on the head. There's a whole lot in a name. There is a whole lot to a name. So please don't give up. Don't give in. Let's do this fight. It probably won't be a fight, but let's do, if it's got to be a fight, let's fight. I am super excited for this process. President Phillips says it's not gonna be a fight, so we can go easy, but still we're gonna go and we're gonna keep our foot on the gas. So I appreciate it. I can't wait to get to know you more. It's gonna be a pleasure. Thank you.
Emiliano.
I am in full support, and I think that's really all I need to say. But yeah, thank you.
And Leon.
And I just want to first start off by thanking you for bringing this to the board and commending your courage to speak and to come onto the board and give your presentation. Like when I was in 8th grade, I don't think I was able to do something like that either. So I really commend your courage and just coming on here and sharing your thoughts and what your peers feel as well. And Mr. Fleischman, I also want to thank you for giving your students an opportunity to do something like this. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for them to share their voice and to express leadership and so forth. So thank you for that.
I don't like to compare pain because everybody has pain. But when I look at what has happened to Black Americans, when I look at what has happened to Jews, I cannot not look at what has happened to Native Americans. Everything that you said about the mission system was right. It was true. And that was an abusive system that took advantage of people physically, whether it was their labor, physically, whether it was their bodies. You are absolutely correct about what you said. Thank you for bringing this to this board on this evening. And with that said, I'm going to vote for this as well. Board, let's vote. Kristen, start us off.
Kristen, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you so much. That item carried. We're going to, I'm going to, in a minute, ask for us to continue some extra time in this meeting, but we're going to go into E2, which is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant approval. And Mr. Duffy, this is a couple minutes, hopefully.
I'm going to try to do this one really quick. The law requires us to approve the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant Plan. This is the money that is used for summer school this year, the 40 schools that we're opening, plus some of our additional work as we move to full in-person fall. We could go through all the details. It's been posted. We've talked about summer and we're going to talk about it some more. So I'm hoping we can just move forward to approve this. And this ensures the receipt of that $20 million there as we move forward.
Board, do you have any questions? Okay, looking at folks, people don't have any questions. Do we have public comment on this item?
There looks to be one hand raised.
Okay, please call on them.
N. Ramirez.
Oh, sorry, my comment was on Anaya Zanad's presentation and I was skipped over because someone else was called up, so.
Sorry, this is for the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant.
Okay, thank you very much. Board, can I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Gonzalez Hoy, seconded by Christian. Board, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, on to the vote. Mr. Christian?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. This item carries too. We're gonna go to E3, which is Chromebook.
Just for the sake of time, if the board wanted, I believe Ms. Logan could present E3, the next two items together as one.
Okay, E3 and E4 together.
Great. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all. I also wanted to just take a moment and thank so much our student trustees for your work this semester. You've been a critical thought partner to me in our work in technology, and I really appreciate that. And I also wanted to give a special shout out to Trustee Leung for your work on the student Chromebooks. For everyone to know, Mr. Leung has delivered 2 9-page reports as he's tested these Chromebooks. So I really appreciate your in-depth analysis and your dedication. It is so appreciated. So very quickly, these 2 items are our annual refresh for student Chromebooks. The first is for our elementary Chromebooks. So it's buying new Chromebooks for our kindergartners, incoming kinders, as well as replacements in elementary. And the second item is our refresh for high school. Our high school devices are end of life. It's time to refresh them. We've done a great deal of research to find stronger, better Chromebooks that have larger screens, faster processors, and will allow students to do virtual learning anywhere, anytime. So I'm excited to present this item this evening. We do have inventory available to us, and we will be able to have these Chromebooks in the hands of students in August when they return to school. So I ask your support. These devices are funded, already budgeted. We used CARES dollars last year, and we will use ESSER II dollars this year. Our next replacement for refresh would be, it's annual, so it would be ESSER III funds. So dollars are in the budget, plans are in motion. Appreciate your support. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, do we have any questions on this item? Scrolling. Okay, I don't see any questions on this item. Can we go to public comment, Dr. Wald, if there is any? This is 2 items.
No hands
It's
raised.
3 and 4. just so we're all clear. I'm sorry. Is there any public comment? No?
No.
Okay. Board, can I have a motion to approve items 3 and 4 together?
I'll move the item.
Second,
Items
President
both.
Phillips.
Okay, we're moving both items 3 and 4, Mr. Leon.
Yes, President Phillips.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded by Leon and then Gonzalez Hoy. Board, any discussion on this? Record, did you put your? No. Okay. All right. So on to the vote, Mr. Christian.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Item carries. We're going to move on to item E6.
So I'm back. This is very quick. We need to add, this is an annual requirement of the Maintenance and Recreation Assessment District to call a public hearing. The engineer's report is attached after the public hearing. We would accept that, file that with the county. This is a perpetual grant that funds our grounds and has been basically part of our operational funds. So if we could call the public hearing.
Okay, I'm calling a public hearing of resolution 77-2021, approving the engineer's report, confirming diagram and ordering levy of assessment for fiscal year 2021-22. Is there any comment?
There are no comments. We
Okay,
can
so I
close the
close
public
it.
hearing.
Public hearing is now closed. And that would have really acted as our public comment for the item. So, board, can I please have a motion to approve this item?
So moved, President Phillips.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Gonzalez Hoy and seconded by Christian. Board, is there any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing no discussion, Mr. Christian, can you start the vote?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. The item carries. Board, now we're going to move on to item. Let me do this because that was one that was a little tricky. So let's move on to item E10. We're going to double back to E8, but let's move to E10, which is resolution number 81, 2021, credential assignment options. Can someone present that one?
Yep, good evening. This is Marcy Williams. I don't know if you want it up on the board. Are we sharing it? Okay. So this resolution is for credential assignment options. This is an annual requirement, and this is for the upcoming school year, the 2021-22. This provides limited options for teachers who already hold a current basic credential and allows them to have a limited assignment based on different kinds of education that they have. So we must file this declaration of need, and this is what we're here to do tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, any questions? Okay, seeing no questions. I do have public comment on this item, Dr. Wolf.
Taking a look, we do not.
Okay. Board, can I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Gonzalez Hoy and seconded by Christian. Board, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Christian, can you begin the roll call?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much, board. We're going to go to item E11, which is resolution number 82, 2021, And that last item passed. We're now on E11, resolution number 82, 2021, declaration to hire 30-day substitutes on CBES waivers.
Again, this is an annual requirement to be done for the upcoming school year 2021-22. And again, it's a declaration of need, and it gives us the flexibility to hire substitutes, 30-day substitutes with a CBES waiver if we are not able to find enough substitutes with the CBES. And so it allows us, but we will continue to recruit and hire fully credentialed teachers as much as possible and substitutes.
Thank you. Board, any questions on this item? Okay. Don't see any questions. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Board, can I have a motion?
So moved, President Phelps.
Thank you. We're moving everything tonight. Can I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it was moved by Gonzalez Hoy and seconded by Leon. Board, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Christian, please
Christian,
begin.
yes. Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now, board, we have 2 action items left, which is E8 and C3. And then there's 1 discussion item, which is the summer. We have been doing actually really good tonight on our time. What I'm going to ask board, and I know people want to talk about summer because it's important. I'm going to ask for a motion to extend this meeting to 11:30. And that should get us through everything that we need to get through. That said, we need to be cautious of what we're saying and what we're asking, but that should be enough time to get through everything. Can I have a motion to extend to 11:30?
I'll move the item.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Can I have a second to move to 11:30?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Leon and Reckler. Board, any discussion? All right, Christian?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go to item E8.
So I've got about a 45-minute presentation I'm going to do in 30 seconds. We have the ability to save taxpayers almost $26 million overall, net present value savings of $20 million in refinancing. The formal word is refunding, but I got Trustee Reckler's how to say that. Refinancing $155 million in previously issued bonds. We would ask the board humbly to say yes so we can rock and roll and save taxpayers almost $20 million in present value right now. I'm done, 32 seconds.
You make it so hard to vote no. Board, any questions on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing it. Reckler, did you raise your hand for question? Okay, Reckler, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one question, which is, I mean, my assumption, and I think you're going to confirm this, is that the rate is great right now and it needs to move now. It should not wait until we do the rest of this study session or whatever we're doing.
No, the other ones we can bring back, and the tax resolution can come back on the 9th and still make it. This one, we're timing to go to market next week. We're moving fast. We're doing our ratings. The time is now.
And separating these cost-wise, we're
okay because we were never positive that we were going to do the measure R issuance. It might have been authorization and held for 3 months anyways. So we're quite okay with the separation.
Okay, that's it. That's all I had.
Okay. Board, were there any more questions? Okay, I'm looking at you all. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I see none. Can I have a motion to approve this item?
I will move that forward.
Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so it was moved by Reckler and it was seconded by Emiliano. Any discussion, board? Okay, no discussion. Mr. Christian, can you start the roll call, please?
Christian, yes.
Also, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you so much.
Point of order. There were no hands raised, but we did not ask for public comment.
We did not. I'm sorry. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
There's no hands, but I just wanted to be formal.
Well, no, I appreciate. Hey, if I didn't say that, someone would send an email tomorrow saying you didn't do it. So thank you very much.
Oh, wait, we
There
got one
you
hand.
go. Call on them.
All right, Catherine Acosta, where's Fracas? And nope. All right.
Okay. Dr. Wall, thank you for keeping us honest. We are now going to move on to item C3, which is the safety plans. That item was pulled by Trustee Smith Folds, I believe.
So that is also me. I'm going to switch to a very quick presentation on.
So, Dr. Wall,
Yes.
just if Trustee Smith Folds, we're going to do what we normally do when people pull the items. So Trustee Smith Folds, do you have any, you want to ask your questions, whatever they are?
So what the intention of pulling it is to have this slideshow to present to the public so they can go be aware of how the safety plans were, reviewed and how the Safety and Climate Team Committee is bringing their recommendation tonight. So I would like Dr. Wool to go through his presentation so we can have a small discussion after that and give a summary of what was done in the Safety and Climate Committee, which is chaired by Trustee Christian. Thank you.
Okay.
So Michael Booker worked with us to put this together. He had a family emergency, so I'm going to take us through. The site plan is the template that all of our schools use to be prepared to respond and recover from disasters. And really the purpose is to make sure that we have a uniform response, that there's a plan in place, that you don't end up in a panic situation when there is a crisis and when there's a challenging situation. So the objectives of the site plan are listed here, but it really comes down to simple. We want to protect the safety, welfare of our students, staff, and visitors. We want to make sure that we're ready when there's an emergency, that all of our staff understand their role as emergency workers in those times and find the quickest pathway to get back to normal conditions. It discusses how the Emergency Operations Center that we've been under quite a while in COVID works and how we coordinate with the cities as well. A lot of this is based on federal guidance, FEMA, and we've all gotten pretty good at understanding FEMA and the NIMS, the National Incident Management System. We do follow the formalized incident command system. All members of the central office have very specific roles. If we have to mobilize something significant, each site then has their own designated roles within. This is the components of the site plan. It's about a 90-page document, of which 80 plus of them are the same for every school. And then the last 6 to 8 are the operational plans for the site. Those are not publicly displayed because, again, some of the responses are in case of aggressive acts against the school, so you don't publicize your full piece, but we do review them. So you have the concept operations, you have all the different efforts, You have the roles of the individuals on the site. That's where each site principal or department will do their drills and make sure everyone understands them. It talks about the different response actions, where and how we evacuate. Very critical that every student and every member on every campus knows, where do I go if there's an emergency? You don't want people running to the wrong exit, to the wrong place. Where are we going to be able to pick up our students? All of those different pieces. In addition, it has some climate index elements. It has a very specific focus on anti-bullying, attendance, and then the school climate report. So those are all inside this document as we go forward. What we do to make sure that the plans are done well, we provide training on the safety plan to all of our site leaders. The school leaders then provide that training to their staff. The staff then collaborates with all of their individual groups. So as I like to say, the alphabet groups that we have, SSC, PTA, and for acronyms, that's School Site Council. PTA is Parent Teacher Association. ELAC is English Learner Advisory Committee, and so on and so forth. And then those are reviewed with public safety agencies. Because we do have Mr. Booker working with us, he's able to ensure that there are eyes from safety and police taking a look at it. And then the plans are shared with our district safety team. We review all of them in district operations to ensure they're complete and compliant before they were to come to the safety committee. And then as we move to the end, the normal process is we collect all the electronic copies, we review them, we then submit them to the board safety committee for the final approval. In the past, and the best practice is that these plans then would come to the school board. You announce an open session that you've reviewed them in closed session for any specific redacted pieces you want to do. But the acceptance comes through the committee and through closed session. So we're asking the board to just accept the plans as one of the normal formalities. They were accepted back prior to the deadline by the safety committee. That is the presentation. Our focus is to make sure that we continue to enhance them. We'll be starting right now on next year's plans as we move back to full in-person instruction and all the different pieces there. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Board, do you have any questions? Okay, so I see one, I see two. So we're going to start with Mr. Christian. Who is the chair of the safety committee? Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, but only, I just come back with the comments, but don't have questions.
Thank you, sir. Gonzalez Way.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one was, Dr. Wills, so it sounds like the safety committee has already pushed this forward as a recommendation to approve.
Yes, they've reviewed them.
Okay, perfect. And my second one is, how are the emergency plans communicated and shared with the stakeholders, specifically thinking of staff, students, and families? Like we make them, how are they shared after that?
So there's several different protocols. Usually as part of your orientation, when you come into the class, each teacher works with the students to define where they're going to go. Principals usually will define, this is where to pick up your students, and in an emergency, this is going to be our area. They also will usually define that, hey, we're going to do disaster drills here. A lot of the PTAs do quite a bit of work as you talk about the safety preparedness and making sure there's other materials. So a lot of that communication usually goes through each of those advisory groups. And then there is, at some point during the year, a notification usually through the principal newsletters as well.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Reckler.
Hi, thank you. I had a couple of questions too. The first one is, does this complete the findings that were called out on the Christie White audit report?
Yes, what had occurred, and this is a year plus ago, we had not brought all of the plans in a timely manner and reviewed all of them. They were done, but they were not documented appropriately. So yes, we are clear with that, and we're ensuring that the process is much quicker moving forward.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, in June of last year, there was a vote to you know, remove school resource officers. Does this plan take into account any campuses that may have wanted to do something different in terms of counseling support or CSOs, or looking at, you know, supports differently? Or
So that's a much broader question. The plans that we're approving were done at really not as at the same time as that action, so they were not revised for that. As we're moving forward, all of our high school principals and our middle school principals have begun the conversations, and we're already actively looking at what gaps there may be that we need to put into the plans, but also into staffing matrices and other pieces. So this is a much broader question than just the safety plan. This is a very operational piece that we believe is going to be the focus over the next couple of months as we're preparing for fall.
okay, and then to follow up on Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's question, where he talked about informing families, what's the process or deadlines or completion dates for you know, like the alphabet groups, as you say, like that feedback and training? Who monitors that? How do we know it happened?
So there are several checklists that are part of this. That have you met with, have you done this, has this been communicated? And that's the whole fall, because you finish the plan, you implement the training with your school site as you're opening up school. All staff is now on the same page. You then communicate all the elements with each of the groups, and stakeholders make any adjustments, finalize the plan right before the year ends to come in for formal review and acceptance prior to March. So it's sort of an operational plan on day one, but then it goes through the process of revision that then gets implemented the next year throughout that current year.
Okay, so March is
when it comes to us. By March, it comes to the board. It's already gone through all of those groups prior to the winter break.
okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Trustee Smith-Foltz, for pulling this.
So I have no questions, just comments.
Okay. Leon.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move to public comment. There's one hand up right now. If you want to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Going once, going twice, gone. One person.
Susan Dugan, you may unmute.
Hi, my name is Susan Dugan. I'm a speech therapist at Cameron School, early intervention for preschool students with special needs. Regarding the safety plans, I got a look at the safety plans, not because it was communicated to me by my admin, but because I found it on the board agenda. And it has many point persons that, at least the ones that I asked, are not aware that they are point persons for key safety positions. So this kind of lack of transparency and kind of a sham safety plan is not going to increase staff trust, especially when we're going back to in-person. And this kind of lack of transparency is also, I believe, one of the key factors to staff not electing to go back this spring. So there's been no communication with us regarding very little communication with us from our admin regarding the COVID response throughout this year. And these documents are just a further, just paper documents with no real substance. So just want to highlight that. Please communicate with your admin about what they should be doing to train us.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on that item, and we will follow up as well.
Thank you very much for following up. Board, can I please have a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Thank you. Very fitting. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Christian, seconded by Gonzalez Hoy. Board, any discussion? I see at least one person, and I'm gonna let you should start off, Mr. Christian. This is really your item. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. And also I want to thank Trustee Smith-Folds that works with me on the safety committee. And as we reviewed the safety plans and reviewed all the necessary things to make sure that, you know, all of our kids in this district and staff and everybody will be safe. And then also wanted to say is that all the CSOs that are at the school sites from high schools, middle school are trained throughout the calendar year, and they're ready to go, and they're on the campus to assist all those on site. And so they work diligently hard to make sure the safety of all the staff and students each and every single day. And so and just to say, it's a lot of work goes into making sure the safety. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I definitely want to start by thanking Trustee Christian and Trustee Smith-Folds for their work in looking at these and bringing the recommendation forward, and staff as well, of course. My concern is actually related to the color, and why I asked my question earlier. I do think that there is a disconnect on sharing the safety plans with staff at the schools. I did ask people at certain sites if they've seen or heard of the safety plans, and they couldn't tell me. So, you know, I think that we do have to do some work there. But of course, I'm supporting this forward. But especially for next year, we really need to communicate what this will look like, and ensure that in our first 2 days back, staff gets to see the safety plans. Thank you very much.
Reckler?
Ditto, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy's comments. Nothing further. Thank you.
Smith-Folds?
Trustee Christian, thank you for supporting pulling this item. Thank you for the caller that called in. Dr. Wool, this is more than just a piece of paper. We have to make sure that it's implementable and the people on the ground actually know what's happening. So when the plans come to us, there's an assumption that they've done everything that needs to be done. We would no longer take that assumption. I know we need to make sure that it's actually the plans are implementable, and the only way they can be implementable is that people are trained to do what the plan says. It can't be that they get it when an emergency happens. This is not a pull and go document. This is not like grabbing the emergency cards and making sure you have them when you go to the fire drill. This is something that has to be practiced over and over and over again. And we have to make sure that that's happening at the district level, and they have to make sure it's happening at the site level. That's very, very important, because we don't want to leave room for mistakes when it comes to our safety plan. And one of the biggest mistakes we can have is not having people in the know. The people who are on those boxes, if you look at the plan, there's boxes that says this is you're in charge of communication, or you're in charge of this, or you're in charge of monitoring students. They have to know that, and they have to practice that over and over again. to Trustee Christian's point, it has to be training throughout. It has to be training throughout the year on this plan and how it can be almost just autopilot. Because when something happens, it's not going to be time to read or time to be able to grab this plan. So I am for moving this plan forward, but I am not for putting students back on the campus if we are not doing the due diligence of making sure everybody can keep those students and fellow staff members safe. Thank you.
Leon?
I would just like to reiterate Trustee Smith-Folds' comments. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much. I want to clarify something though, that the safety plan is not the COVID plan, right? That those are not the same thing. And so there was some conflating of the two. But that said, it is extremely important that the staff are familiar with the safety plans at their site. So we have the current superintendent sitting in the Zoom. We have the new superintendent sitting about 6 feet away. See, so he's shaking his head. He hears what you all are saying. So we can do better, okay? So that said, we've gone through the cycle. Mr. Christian, can you start the vote?
Yes, Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Strickler, yes.
Smith-Folds, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. So C3 carries. Now, speaking of superintendent, we have 42 minutes and we're going to pull this off. But we are going to hear the last superintendent report from Matthew Duffy. So Mr. Duffy, knock it out of the park, man.
All right, what time is it? It's 10:48. My last superintendent report would have been much more appropriate at 1:30 a.m., but fine, we'll have to do it at 10:48. So early. Anyway, it's Classified Employee Week this week. Time to celebrate so many amazing people in our district. There's so many different classifications of our classified employees too. Some are just 1 or 2 and some are many. We can go to the next slide. So just again, a huge thank you to everyone for all the work people have been doing. We're so close to finishing the year, so close to getting to graduation week, so close to getting into summer. So just a huge thank you. Another huge thank you to classified staff. Happy Speech Communication Month and School Nurses Month. And our new superintendent, Dr. Hurst, he is here. He's arrived, he's working diligently, and we're working together to transition quickly and efficiently. So this will be my last board meeting, the last board meeting that I'm leading, and Dr. Hurst will take those over in June. And next week, he really starts to take over pretty much all of the operational items in the district. So really excited for that transition. Some things that are upcoming. To follow up our 2 fabulous student trustees, we hope to have 2 more who are just as talented, and please share this application widely with any students you know. It's linked here and we can get it to you. And then just some notes. Graduation start Saturday, this Saturday at Middle College, and then the first 2 weeks of June. Then next week, we have a pretty full week reclassification ceremony at 6 on Monday, African American Student of Honor ceremony at 6 on Tuesday. Dr. Hurst is having a Facebook Live session to introduce his entry plan and of course himself a little bit more on Thursday at 5. And then we are working on more options for student vaccines for students who are 12 and above. We're still working at Pinole Valley, De Anza, and Kennedy High School to get those set. But the community should know that any community clinics that offer the Pfizer vaccine are offering that to 12 plus. And there are many, many, many appointments available. Personally, my 12-year-old was vaccinated on Friday, just at a local Walgreens in Oakland. And it was a good experience. So really want to encourage families, for any students who are 12 and above to please get vaccinated. If you're comfortable with it, it will very much help the safety and security of everyone going back into schools in the fall. The employee celebration event is Thursday, June 3rd via Zoom, and that also includes retirement and all the retirees. So that's a great event. And then just finally, thank you everybody again for just the 5 years of partnership and the really kind words earlier. So looking forward to making the transfer to Dr. Hurst, closing up some loose ends, supporting where I can, and closing my chapter of leadership here in the WCCUSD. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Duffy? Scrolling. Yeah, I don't see anybody. Do we have any public comment? I thought there was one hand. Okay.
I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay. So, board, any comments? All right. Mr. Duffy, you've never given a superintendent's report at 1:30 in the morning. It's been late, but not that late. Thank you. Thank you, man. Seriously, for your work. So we are going to move to item F. Switched them. F1, which is summer programming 2021.
Alrighty then, here we go. This is my last report, I guess, for you all too. So, and I do love to delegate and collaborate. So I'm actually going to be sharing this presentation with 3 of my colleagues, Kristen Haney, Will McGee, and Gabriel Chilcott. So we're presenting tonight is an update to our summer programming, which will include discussion around extended school year for our most needy special education students, credit recovery for secondary students at the high school, bridge programming, especially for our middle school students and our elementary students. So I'm going to introduce Gabriel Chilcott. We're going to turn to Kristen Haney for the next couple slides.
Good evening, everyone. So I am here to talk about extended school year. We've had most of this presentation before, but just want to kind of confirm some of our arrangements at this point. So our special education students' extended school year will be 20 days running from June 14th until July 16th. And that will go Monday through Thursdays with the exception of the week of June 5th, when we'll be celebrating our national holiday, and the dates will shift from Tuesday through Friday. You can see in the chart to the right of the screen that we have our programs on a number of campuses. So we do cluster our classrooms. The high school sites will be El Cerrito and De Anza, and will house both our mild moderate support needs special day classes and our extensive support needs special day classes. For the middle school, they'll be at Pinole Middle and Dijon. And then for our students who are past 12th grade up to age 22, they will be at our Vista campus. Our elementary sites will be split between our extensive support needs programs and the mild moderate support needs classrooms. So 3 for our ESN at King, Terra Hills, and Collins, and then 8 classrooms each at Harding, Lupin Hills, Nystrom, and Dover. Next slide. And so as Mr. Aurelio shared, extended school year is an IEP service, and it's for students who are at the most significant risk for regression and very slow recoupment of skills in the fall. And this typically is more consistent with our students who are in our special day class program. So they spend all or the majority of their day within the special education setting. It is voluntary, but we highly recommend that students who are eligible for extended school year do attend. It will be fully in person this summer, including both the instruction, specialized academic instruction, as well as all of the designated support services that a student might have in their IEP, which could include speech, occupational therapy, adaptive PE, and the range of services that you see on the screen. Our schedule, our preschool classes will run at up to 6 students in 2 cohorts. They'll overlap between 11 and 11:30 daily. And then kindergarten through transition will be 8:30 to 2 o'clock with a 30-minute lunch, so 5 hours of instruction. Our MMSN classrooms will be up to 17 students and ESN up to 12 students. We are continuing to have a virtual option this summer for the comfort of some of our families who may choose to opt in for that. And we do have a few families who have opted for that, but the vast majority are looking forward to returning to campus. So our case managers are individually contacting families to walk them through the registration process and make sure that we have all of the information that we need to get students appropriately scheduled. And our clerical staff has been calling to confirm with parents as we've gotten closer, as conditions health and safety conditions have changed. We really want to make sure that every family who wants to participate in ESY, whose student has those services in the IEP, is given that opportunity. We're verifying that with them. Meals will be provided and transportation will be provided either through parent reimbursement or busing through First Student. Summer assessments, we are prioritizing. We do know that throughout the school closure period, we have some outstanding assessments where students required in-person assessment to complete that process. And so we are prioritizing that to complete those, particularly the initial evaluations during summer, so that for students who might require special education services moving into the fall, we are ready to provide those services as we transition back into fall. For those initial IEPs, assessments will be conducted on various school sites, and parents will be contacted. Parents may be asked, if their students are not in a summer school program already, to bring their students to the assessment location.
Okay, thank you very much. For the outline of the ESY program, I will be talking about the non-ESY summer programs now. So I'll begin by speaking a bit to our summer priorities. Social emotional learning will be a priority at all age levels. We're really working on making sure that we're getting students excited to be back in school. There are specialized supports and funding for English language learners and targeted supports and funding for African American and Black learners. We are going to maintain the small class sizes to maximize learning and safety. And we are opening up more schools, which will be on a subsequent slide, than we ever have before, in order to be able to have students attending their regular schools, to really get them back socialized to their school of record. And we also have more community partnerships this year than we've ever had for summer programming. So as you can see, we have 30 elementary school sites, 11 middle schools, which includes the K-8s, 10 high schools, including adult ed in Greenwood, for a total of, I guess I should have added it before I started talking, but that would be 51 schools opening over the summer, which obviously is a lot of schools and a lot of work. There is some flux in this, in that we are, there's a lot of site plans coming together, so there's some changes that may come, but this is the current count. And the approximate cost per day of program is between $7,000 and $10,000. So these are site planned summer programs. And so there's some variation by site, but most of them are well in line with each other. And we really wanted to focus on the context and the needs of the specific sites, and to highlight the knowledge that principals, site leaders, teachers have of the needs of their students. And so that's why there is some variety. So the elementary days, a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 20. Middle school is a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 20. And then high school comes the same way with a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 20. So again, there's some variety by a couple of days here or there. The staff required 987.5, classified and certificated. I do want to highlight again that there is some change on that as planning is still happening and there are some additions going in. And overall money needed is going to be between $7 and $9 million to run our summer program. So in terms of student prioritization, this is similar to how we opened up in the spring. So we're initially going to use the same framework, the same list framework to highlight the students that are most in need. And we are going to use the indicators of English learner, foster youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged, special education, families in transition, in order to create a rubric of the students that are most in need. We also have grades and academic progress depending on what grade level they are and what's most appropriate. We're really trying to target our historically underserved students. Attendance and engagement is factored in. Social emotional indicators and chronic technology concerns are all factored in to how we are going to have the initial invitations for summer school. Again, we have more invitations going out than we ever had before. We're really trying to open up as many slots as possible, but we still have to be cognizant of those students with the highest needs in our return structures. So currently there's 3,000 slots offered. And again, it says currently because this is moving up. It's been trending upward as we're able to create more capacity to bring in more students. Most are June 14th to July 16th, but there are some variety as I highlighted above. They're site-based offerings. We're really trying to focus on, oh, and I didn't read the top. This is elementary specifically. So I want to say, I was speaking of elementary and I'll speak about middle school and high school a little bit later. So they're site-based offering, but they're really focusing on hands-on learning and really what you can get from being in person, what we've missed over this very difficult year. Again, priority subgroup supports are built in. There's social emotional learning built in by design. And there is inclusion of students with IEPs who have not been designated for ESY. So an ESY is offered to 760 further students. And I'll pass on now to Director Will McGee to speak about the office, or the Freedom School Partnership.
Thanks, Gabe. So good evening, board. We are pleased that we were able to work with the Children's Defense Fund, and one of our community members is leading the Freedom School. This was something that was offered to our students last school year, but it was not a strong district partnership. This school year, it will be hosted at King Elementary School, and the priority was given to the children who attend King and then to the Kennedy families of schools. We were looking at targeting 50 children. And so we've been getting updates from Ms. Shakira Reynolds, who is being the director of that program. And we're happy to hear that that program is going well. They also did some hiring where they were looking at hiring some of our high school students, and they completed that part. And so there's a Freedom School one-pager there. The other exciting thing that we're looking at is partnering with Girls Inc. to offer a STEAM experience for our girls. Right now, we are in discussions with Dejan Middle School to host one there for their rising 7th graders and then their 8th graders. The idea will be to have a science and math focus, and we're going to do a pre-assessment and a post-assessment, and then we want to monitor those children who participated in this to see if this really did help with their academics for the school year, and if so, look at doing this at a larger scale. We're looking at getting that contract together now. And then one thing that is a new development, we're working with New Life Movement. They're interested in doing a hub as well as providing supports to our school sites. So we're looking at that. And then we provided all of our sites with the resources for Black students, families, and employees sheet. You can see it there where we've listed some CBOs, some community-based organizations, and other resources that sites can use for the summer. And I'm happy to hear that our principals have been contacting us and asking us about that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be talking about our middle school program offerings now. All 6 middle schools are open, serving approximately 724 students. Most plan on being open from June 21st to 7/16, but some are considering the full 5 weeks. There are planning on bridge programs as well for the 7th and 8th grade students. If you consider that middle school is only a 2-year program, we have students that have never set foot on the middle school. So really getting them in there, socializing them to what it means to be in middle school. First time with lockers, switching classrooms, changing for PE, etc. I think we all remember that our first experience with middle school being a bit of a beast. Helms will have a standalone program for newcomers as well, and Richmond High School too. And the plans are including counselors and school community workers, outreach workers, to support African American, EL, and other historically underserved populations with one-to-one and small group check-ins. Also, there's the academic components, but we're truly focused on socialization and making sure that we're getting students excited about the summer programming. So focusing on academics, but also focusing on bringing them back and getting students excited about school again. For our high school program offerings, all 8 high schools will open this summer. We're currently planning on serving 1,510 students and 500 virtually. These numbers are growing at the moment. We're building out some of the online programming there to be able to support as much credit recovery as we can, just because we know how important it is to get students to the point of graduation. Most plan on being open from 6/14 to 7/16, and we're focused on credit recovery, but it also is a bridge for new students, newcomer support, leadership, band, and other enrichment acceleration programs that students have missed out on the last year. Richmond High School will also have an African American Leadership Institute. And the plans here as well include the counselors, the school community outreach workers to support historically underserved populations. And I believe, Ruben, you were going to speak to this slide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, we are expanding our partnerships with the community-based organizations. Our school sites we're looking to bring amendments to contracts to extend some of our partnerships into the summer. And they're going to be really focused on those tier 2 and tier 3 supports. And you're going to see a variety of enrichment activities, but also a focus on social emotional well-being, and of course, the tutoring components. And I want to move us along. So I did want to provide, and I will note that this is different than the posted slide deck because we've made some changes even as of this morning, but this is just a brief update on the safety protocols that we're looking to make sure we have in place for summer. So you can see here, masks are still going to be required. I know there's a lot of discussion from the CDC around the mask, but we're going to keep with the masks and face coverings. We are going to look at physical distancing being 3 feet following the CDPH guidance. Obviously the hand hygiene, frequent washing, sanitizing. We will still do the screening, which is the online component that families commit to. And then of course, designated areas for arrivals and departures. Continuing on, we are going to continue to keep the no visitor policy in place for summer. We're going to continue our process of cleaning and disinfecting regularly after each use. All schools will be provided with all the PPE they need and are required. Here's a shift. We are doing symptomatic testing, not asymptomatic testing. So it'll be available to students and staff, and that's following county guidance. And then of course, we do continue to do our contact tracing and reporting to our COVID response team. So that is the presentation. I know I'm looking at the clock, so we're going to move to questions.
Thank you, sir. Well, multiple people presented, so thank you everyone who presented. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Most of my questions were answered in the academic subcommittee, but the ones I had left were, what is the current interest from families compared to our number of slots?
So I couldn't give you a numeric representation of that, but initially we are closing in on capacity. I think I could say it looks like it's pretty robust, but I'll try to get back and get more numeric representation to be able to answer that.
Thank you. Yeah, if we
Just
could add it to a
comparing,
Friday memo, that'd be, go ahead, Mr.
and,
Early.
well, in comparison to our spring reopening, it's definitely going to hold more capacity than the spring reopening, and we expect those numbers to be much higher.
But we haven't exceeded our number of slots. That's at this point.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, you were talking about the class size numbers, but you didn't mention a number. I was just wondering what the class size number goals would be
Certainly.
for
So
the...
we're going to be using the 15-to-1 at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was my last question, President Phillips.
Yeah, hi, I have a couple of questions. Just first from Ms. Hardy, is there anything else that you need? Or are you set?
We're in quite good shape at this point. We're just moving forward with getting students into classes currently, and then working on scheduling our transportation.
Okay. And then the other questions are for non-sped. Okay, start on this. So staffing wise, how are you feeling? Are you have everybody you need? 80% there, 60% there?
So I'll answer that, and if Marcy wants to, she can too. But I think part of the beauty of having these site-based plans developed, the leaders were really able to recruit from their own staff. So there's a really high commitment to teach at their own schools, and so I believe for the most part, I want to say we're pretty close to staffed. And I see Marcy came on the screen, and she might be able to speak to more specifics. I believe we're close.
So we're just working on the final pieces of it. We're confirming those that have elected to work the summer program, and then we're going to do kind of a match of where there's some vacancies for the summer and where there are some interest in working at maybe a different site. So that's where we are in the process.
And so we think everybody that's going to work is going to be an employee, or do you think we're going to be reaching out?
We will also have substitutes that will be working as well.
Special education will be contracting some specialists, but that's fairly typical for our summer programs.
Okay, thank you. And then, so that was one question. The other question is, it will be all in person. There's no virtual option for anybody who's not special ed.
The only potential is the secondary credit recovery. There will be some online virtual options for that.
Would it work as a hub, or would it just be?
It would. Oh, go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah. So, and this sort of goes back also to somewhat of the capacity question. In order to be able to increase our capacity, we did expand the credit recovery, or allow for sites to be able to expand the credit recovery to an online option that would be a synchronous teaching option with a teacher, so not a hub model.
Okay, and would it be all synchronous, or would it be like the kind of synchronous, asynchronous that we have going on?
No, the expectation would be that it would be 100% synchronous. I mean, obviously there may be like spaces where, a student may opt out as part of the program, to be working on something, but it is to be 100% synchronous.
Because I'm just thinking if it didn't work so well and they are in credit recovery, we should be shaking the bargain. What about transportation?
For non-special education specifically. So the beauty is that we're using, as you saw on the list, most of our campuses. So there are programs available to students really close to where they live. The hope is that they would attend their home schools or resident schools. There is a cluster program in the May Valley. Sheldon, Murphy, and Valley View are combining their program. So that's one program for those three schools. That'll be housed at Valley View. But the idea is that families are able to get to their neighborhood school.
Okay, and if your neighborhood school is not offering a program, can you sign up for somebody else's program? And how would you find out about that?
Yeah, as part of our rollout, there was a communication that went out to principals to start naming the schools that are next to them, like sort of the 2 schools that they would look to for space initially. And then that would be sort of using our traditional model of office managers reaching out to each other to find that space. So we're beginning that identification of the school where they would go if there was not capacity or an open school that they're at.
Trustee Reckler, we only have 14 minutes. Can we let Trustee Smith-Folds get in there, and then she might ask some of the questions you have? And if not, we could see if we could switch back.
Okay, I have one other question, which is, can we please have a list of all schools that are offering something?
Yes, we could definitely publish that list.
And is Coronado Grant offering programs?
Yes.
Both schools?
Coronado and Grant, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be done.
Thank you. Smith-Folds?
Only have one question. Is the district still going to be providing food during the summer to the community?
There is community food. Oh, Tony, did you want to answer that?
We are indeed continuing the community food service. We also are working to provide meals to the ESY sites that Kristen Hardy spoke of, and the Freedom School. So we'll have something provided to each of those, probably into the classrooms, as well as the community distribution.
And it's going to be on the same day as Thursday?
At this point, we're still looking at Thursday. We're working through all the logistics, and we'll have that announcement the next week.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Smith-Folds, Leon?
I have no questions. Thank you, President Phillips.
Okay. Trustee Reckler, did you get your last question out?
No, I have more, but hopefully we'll get another update, and I just have one comment.
Okay. All right. So public, we are going to public comment. If you have public comment, please raise your hand. There's one hand up now, going once, going twice, it's gone. So we got one person, Dr. Wolf.
Carrie Shulman, you may unmute.
Hello, I have some questions about the program that Mr. Chilcott presented. I'm wondering what happens if your school is not offering summer school. Are those kids just out of luck? My 2nd grader was not allowed to return to the classroom this spring, and our school has decided not to offer summer school. I'm wondering why you're letting teachers and staff decide if they want to come back, meaning that you're taking the choice away from students. This just doesn't make any sense. I know that you guys are probably tired of hearing me complain about how my son is being denied in-person learning. But if you want me to stop complaining, just let my kid go back to school. I'm also confused when you say you haven't exceeded the demand for summer school, because I've never received a survey asking if we want to go back to summer school. So how can you know how many families want to go back if you haven't given the opportunity to all families in the district? I feel like you're just completely ignoring the kids at Harding Elementary. All of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders have no option for regular school hour in-person learning this spring, and no kids at Harding are being given the option for summer school. It's just really unfair, and my son feels just completely ignored by the district. So please fix that.
That was the only hand that was raised when we started public comment.
Thank you very much. It's 11:20. We have a limited time for discussion. But Kristen, any comments?
No comments.
Gonzalez Floyd.
Thank you. I have 2 comments. The first one is just to thank Ms. Hardy's staff, especially the case managers, because they've been doing the one-to-one connection, which is so critical, especially for our SPED families, so they can get questions and answers in the moment. I thought that was amazing. So I just wanted to give a huge kudos to the SPED department and Ms. Hardy's staff. And then I just wanted to thank Mr. Aurelio, Mr. Chilcott for adding the safety protocols in the presentation. Please upload that to the agenda so that we're able to share that. And then as communication goes out, please include that, because I've been getting a lot of questions about safety protocols for the summer. And then just do those 2 slides, I think would make a difference. So I would appreciate that as well. Thank you. That's it. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, sir. Reckler?
So I know it's a little shaky, like the staff and the demand, and like a lot of pieces need to come together, but we're already at May 19th, so it feels like we're really tight on the timing here. And I really haven't seen a whole lot of marketing on this. So I know there are families that don't know because I hear from them and I watch all the social media and I just really haven't seen so much. So I'm hoping that, that there could be some more promotion around this. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Foles?
So in the consciousness of time, I'm going to give up making a comment here, so we'll be able to have closing statements. So no comments.
Leon?
I just want to thank Mr. Aurelio for that presentation, and that is all.
Okay. Mr. Aurelio, thank you for your last presentation here. To the public, this is an important item, and I'm sorry that it is at the hour that it is. I don't really know what it should have replaced or what it could have replaced, but hopefully you found it fruitful and informative, I believe. So board, what we're going to do now is we're going to go on to G, which is comments from the board. If we can take up, maybe a minute apiece, that would be fantastic. Christian, it's your turn.
Okay, this is our closing comments.
Yes, sir.
All right. First, I want to thank all the staff and everybody that worked hard and diligently all the way up to this point here, and to know that it takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of coming together to make sure that things are done right. I want to also thank the classified staff. Appreciation to all the classified staff in the district, from maintenance to custodians to CSOs, classroom aides to all of the classified staff. You have worked diligently and hard, and your work is noticed, and it's and I believe that we have to give appreciation to whom appreciation is due, and I want to give appreciation to all the classified staff throughout the whole school district. We thank you because you are valuable, and I just want to say we got to keep moving forward, and that we continue to do good works on our school sites, wherever we are in our areas. Continue to be the best that you can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Gonzalez,
Thank you. I'll be quick. I want to also thank our classified workers and appreciate them this week. We don't say it enough. I agree with Trustee Christian. Thank you for all your work. I also want to say that I'm excited for the graduation starting. This Saturday is our first one, as Mr. Duffy mentioned, Middle College. I'm excited to stand alongside Trustee Leon, who is their valedictorian. So we're both going to be able to share some words. I'm very excited for that. One more time, I just want to thank Mr. Duffy for your work. Thank you. And Dr. Hurst, hope you enjoy your first full-time meeting. And Mr. Leon, thank you, and see you on Saturday. Thank you, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Reckler?
Thank you. So I want to thank Dr. Harder for that hilarious cameo at Ms. Haney's video. That was just hilarious. I want to thank our classified employees. I want to thank our school nurses. I want to thank all of you that are departing. I've enjoyed working with you. I'll miss you all. I have a couple of shout outs. El Cerrito High School has a National Merit Scholarship winner, Sophia Marish Rose. The El Cerrito High School speech team is sending 2 to nationals in mid-June, senior Rosalie Zuckerman and underclassman Stella Adler. So let's cross fingers for them. El Cerrito High School volleyball is undefeated, 6-0, and the El Cerrito High School band brought home a number of awards from CMAA. I don't have enough time to list them all, but thank you to El Cerrito bands. That's it. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Smith Folks.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for coming tonight. Thank you to our classified staff. Thank you to our nurses and our speech pathologists. There is nothing more sobering about how far we still have to go in race and equity than when a white male tells me and another person of color that they are disappointed in our work centering around race and equity. I'm not above listening to opinions, but as a Black woman in a position of leadership, I'm no longer driving where you want me to go. Every other week, we sit on the dais to make decisions and set direction that impacts thousands. Are we to be information gatherers like prize-winning investigative journalists? Are we to be healers like surgeons? Are we to be fixers like the best handymen and women? Are we to be psychics expected to predict 5, 10, 15 years down the line? We pretend and try to do all of that, but what are we supposed to do and who are we supposed to be? As a board, we're supposed to be a team who hires well. One of our main and only jobs is to hire the superintendent. At a minimum, that means we are meteorologists. We are supposed to read the clouds and prepare for the weather and provide resources for those who are in the storm. Our teachers, students, administrators, and staff, they are all in the storm every day. They are drenched with the inequalities and funding, inequities in funding and resources. This board has hired a new umbrella. Our teachers, staff, administrators, and students will still be in the rain, but they won't get wet. Thank you, Dr. Hurst. So what is the storm that continues to trample over and destroy all the people that is in its path? It's cramming 39 students into a classroom. It's not having Black and brown teachers. And when we do have them, we don't support and retain them. It's not supporting our occupational therapists with a fair and living wage. It's overloading the counselors and making their job impossible. It's overworking staff and not hearing their voices and cries for support. It's not having instructional aids for our earliest learners. It's not valuing our principals and allowing them the authority and the support to create better. As a board, we must stop creating conditions or adding to the conditions that allow for a tornado that validates all this chaos. We have families in this district who have shelter from the storms of education. They have resources. They are the thunder, they speak loudly, and the district shivers. We must center in the eye of the hurricane those who do not have resources to shelter themselves. We have to tune our ears to the rustling winds and the agony and the distress of those students who don't have the resources. The dark clouds of inequity must be seen. There are more children in our district who don't have than children who do. They must be protected from the rain that turns into a flash flood and drowns their future. We must set clear, equitable direction and then put the financial and human resource behind that direction. This is the Noah's Ark and the rescue boat that we must build. We must decision by decision and direction by direction set policy that will center the drowning. We must give resources to the wet, drenched, and exhausted teacher, student, administrator, paraprofessional, staff, parent, and community member. And we must support the new umbrella that we just hired. The next academics committee will be on May 24th. We are talking about SPED. We're talking about our PACs, which are parent advisory committees, and we're talking about testing. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. I'm going to give my time to Mr. Leon.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to start off by thanking everyone on the board and the community just for this wonderful experience that I was able to experience. It has been an absolute pleasure working with every single one of you and getting to know you all personally. I want to thank everyone for the opportunities that I was given from the school site walkthroughs with Trustee Gonzalez-Oy, Trustee Reckler, Trustee Christian, to reviewing the Chromebooks that Ms. Logan was able to provide to me. I truly have enjoyed just serving the students in the community with all the help I was able to offer. And this entire experience went by so quickly. It just felt like it was yesterday when I joined the board, and now it's the end. So truly is a bittersweet moment. And I just want to wish the best of luck to Superintendent Duffy, Ms. Haney, and Mr. Aurelio in your future endeavors. And thank you for all the lessons that you have taught me. And yep, I wish you the best of luck. So thank you. And also I wish Dr. Hurst a smooth transition and joining our district. And I look forward to our meeting next week.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'm sorry, Mr. Leon.
I just said thank you, President Phillips.
Okay, thank you. The next scheduled Board of Education meeting is not actually out yet, but it is on Sunday. It's going to begin at 1 p.m. And it is basically a governance workshop. So we can work on, our part and be better as a governance team. That's going to be Sunday at 1 o'clock. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for a very productive evening.